Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Saturday Night Live. Hopefully everybody's doing well. I do not have my lights on currently, but that's okay. We're just vibing and chilling. Hopefully everybody is doing well. I apologize for the slight start to our slight delay, I should say, to the start of our stream. I had to go get some white monsters. Yes, free RPG day. Hopefully you all availed yourself of the wondrous things. I understand there was some Legend in the Mist. I always say Legend of the Mist. It's Legend in the Mist. There was some root stuff. Seemed like there was some pretty cool stuff. Well, no, it will be. I mean, it's more like just to keep me awake long enough so that I can go to bed. Because I am running the One Ring tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So, got to do that. Just seeing if I need to charge my watch. Yeah, I could probably charge it. Exciting stuff here. Anyways, I did say it would just be some random stuff. All right, there we go, charging. So, hopefully everybody's doing well. So some cool stuff here. I'm gonna pop a little bit of lightage here. Hey, there I am. So a couple cool things today. Obviously, number one, I already showed this to the patrons. But after, whatever, 5 years, it finally came. Stone Top in the flesh. Pretty excited for that. Very cool. There we go. Look at that. Ooh. Giant rock phallus in the house. Very exciting. In addition to that, I also bought something that was on sale. And, short tangent time, fun side tangent, or not, which is I bought I bought a set of Lord of the Rings. And there's a couple of reasons I bought it, but this may surprise you to learn that I've never owned a hardback copy of any of the Lord of the Rings books until very recently. I bought a hardback copy of the Silmarillion, and before that I'd always owned paperback copies. And specifically, well, I guess there's a story within this story, which is that the copies that I had of Fellowship of the Ring, Two Towers, and The Return of the King were very old paperback copies that I received as a very young man. As they apparently, there was like a Lord of the Rings game that came out for like the Commodore 64, and my uncle who kind of got me into gaming and was like a super nerd, my dad's youngest brother, who tragically died when I was in my early 20s. He died very young, but he kind of was a big factor in me getting into gaming and all this other stuff. Anyways, when he started getting when he got his like real computer in like the late 80s, late 80s, he gave us his Commodore 64, and with it came with these games. And inside of these games, these Commodore 64 games, I'm pretty sure they were Commodore 64 games, were Bantam. I think they were Bantam. I'm not sure who. Maybe they were Bantam, but they were these Bantam paperback editions of Fellowship of the Ring, The Two Towers, and Return of the King in each of the 3 games. And those were my copies of those books. And obviously they're at least 40 years old, give or take, but also they have a lot of sentimental value. But also I've been schlepping them around with me for 40 plus years. They're not in the best condition, and I really don't want them to get destroyed. And that is another segue into the fact that it's been a long time, believe it or not, since I've read Lord of the Rings. So like many people, when I was a young lad, probably 9, maybe, I read The Hobbit, and I loved it. And of course, I immediately then discovered and found these video games, and I pulled the books out, and I was like, oh my God. And I read them, and I remember being challenged by them, right? Like they were very different from the sort of, YA fiction that I had read when I was 9 or 10 years old. But I remember being and I mean, again, full transparency here. I remember loving the Fellowship of the Ring and hating the Two Towers, right? All the travel scenes and them running across the plains. I just remember being 10 or whatever, 9 or 10, and just hating that. But I remember realizing that there was something really cool going on with those books. And I don't want to say I forced myself to read them, but it was more I remember it was a challenge, and I felt very accomplished that I read them. And I was very proud of myself. And then, of course, I grew to really appreciate how awesome they were. And I think a big part of it was the fact that I viewed them as a challenge. So that was me at 10 or whatever. And then maybe not everybody, but a lot of people, I was oh man, I love this. This is so cool. This world is so neat. And I was getting into role-playing games. So I was I'm going to read the Silmarillion. And yeah, rightfully so. As an 11 or 12-year-old, I bounced off of the Silmarillion really hard. And I basically didn't read anything other than Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit for the next, 15 plus years, even through the films being released. Well, so the films came out when I was 18, 19, 20. And as I got into my late 20s, I found a sort of a renewed appreciation for Tolkien. I think I had gone to a 10-year anniversary of the film release, which would have been 20 2011 or something. And right? Does that sound right? And I remember seeing all 3 films, right, in the theater, extended editions. And it got me really back into Lord of the Rings. And I was like, oh, you know what? I remember being like, I don't remember why, but I was like, I'm going to read the Silmarillion again. And this time I really appreciated it. I started to build this love. So that was like circa 2011. And I probably, shortly after that, I read The Lord of the Rings at some point, like for the last time, because there were so many other Tolkien things that I wanted to read. I wanted to read, the history of Middle Earth. I wanted to read, Children of Hurin. And there were all these other Lord of the Rings things that I had never read as a kid, or even as a young adult, that I felt like I needed to read. And I knew I knew the Lord of the Rings story so well. And so I was focused really on reading these other stories. So I never went back really to read those, the core edition of the game, the game, right? Lord of the Rings, or the novels of Lord of the Rings. And, we've been doing a lot with Lord of the Rings here recently with the One Ring, and I was talking with Kendall, who's in chat. We were talking about Lord of the Rings, and I think I scared him with my nerdness at NightCon. And, we both get to scare each other with our nerdness about Tolkien. And I was like, I kind of want to read Lord of the Rings again. And then I thought, oh, man, the copies I have are very dear to me, and they're very precious to me. But they're in bad shape, and quite frankly, they're kind of more of like an heirloom for me. They remind me of my uncle, they remind me of my past, and I really don't want them to get, destroyed and tore up. So last year, I was at Barnes & Noble, and I bought this really pretty, beautiful hardback version of Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, Silmarillion, and I really liked it. It was simple, and it was very... I don't know. I can go get it. I think I should have before. All right. Here we go. So this was the copy that they released of the Silmarillion. And so this was the Harper Collins re-release, I guess. I'm not quite sure, but I loved this cover. I don't know if you can pick it up, but so obviously it's the 2 trees of Valinor, right? You have silver Telperion and you have golden Laurelin, and then of course there's the 3 Silmarils, capturing the light of the trees. And but it's done in this like silver and gold emboss, but it's very simple. It's very plain. It has like a nice little ribbon, and it's just there's no dust jacket or anything like that. So I really liked this copy of the Silmarillion. And I read it. And so I discovered that this same publication had released a version of the Lord of the Rings. So I bought it. So like this is the... I mean, it wasn't expensive, by the way. I'm highlighting here that this was really cheap. But it's just I have never owned a hardback edition of the Lord of the Rings before. So this is actually kind of cool for me that I have this. I don't know where the other ones are. Oh, they're around somewhere. Anyways, so I thought that was really cool. So I'm looking forward to digging into this, and it's cool. And then the thing I didn't get to show you, which I think is kind of it's a random thing, but I have always associated since the movies and Games Workshop, and I don't know if they did this on purpose, but I love it. When the movies first released, those of you with DVDs know this, but also Games Workshop did this when they released the Lord of the Rings strategy board game. I've always associated, since the movies, I have associated Fellowship of the Ring with the color green, Two Towers with the color red, and Return of the Kings with the color blue. And so they did this re-release, and the Fellowship of the Ring is in a green, and the Two Towers is red, and the Return of the King is a blue. And that just, it made me happy. So anyways, it's just a random copy of Fellowship of the Ring, nothing special about it, but I've never owned a hardback copy of Fellowship of the Ring. So now I own that and Stone Top. And I think the hardcover set was on sale for like Prime Day or something. So I bought it. And I'm pretty excited about that. We had a couple super chats. One from Dirty Phil, just lurking. Appreciate it. I don't know why you said don't read this. It's literally, we're not talking about anything. Excited for the Daggerheart game. Hope Nightcon inspired ideas. Ideas for the Daggerheart game? No. I'll be honest with you, Dirty Phil. I have no idea what we're going to do for the Daggerheart game. I'm not even really quite sure what we want to do for the campaign frame. I mean, a lot of it I'm going to kind of leave up to the players and figure out what they want to do with it. Of course, that's usually my style, but again, sick. Very cool. Galadriel's Mirror. I just watched a Nerd of the Rings video about Galadriel's Mirror, which was a really cool little essay. Trekkie says, one is a childish fantasy that often engenders a lifelong obsession with its unbelievable heroes, leading to an emotionally stunted, socially crippled adulthood, unable to deal with the real world. The other involves orcs. True. I do love those novels. And, and even though I love the maturity and I love the world building and I love the deep, you would think that I'm like, oh, I'm a ride or die Lord of the Rings fan. I mean, this is a guy who almost prefers the Silmarillion. And yet my favorite is still The Hobbit. It is just such a great adventure tale. And, I love the high fantasy and the high stakes and the emotional components of Lord of the Rings, of course. But man, I there's just Hobbit to me is just so wonderful. Kendall says, no. To be clear, it was very fucking cool that you, I think you meant quoted a speech in both Elvish, Elvish and English. Yes. Yes. So, I mean, I kind of put it down there as sort of like not a troll, but like, because it is serious, but I have to get the final quote. But unfortunately, we received the news that the Maple Doggo is going to need, she tore her ACL. Actually, it's called her CCL, cranial cruciate ligament, but it's essentially the doggy ACL. And we have had this surgery before with our other dog, and now I have to have it for this dog. And unfortunately, it is very expensive. And I probably, I'm putting it up there because, in truth, I'm going to spend this money anyways. Whatever I get from a tip is going to go to that anyways, is basically what I'm trying to say, right? Because, I mean, there's no way that I'm not going to, sacrifice to get my dog, healthy and walking around and remove her lameness. Not that she's lame, but she's lame. Anyways, so why not be transparent about it? That's where all that money is going. And it works out really well that, like I had like a blast at NightCon and I just kind of don't really feel the need to like, spurge or spend or anything like that. So, like basically the last thing that I'm going to be doing, which I highlighted today, we can talk about a little bit. I did manage to make a couple $100 on NightCon, which was unexpected, which was great. And so it might seem like it's like, we're like, oh, Derek, shouldn't you be saving that for the TPLO surgery? And I am, but also I'm not. There's a lot of complication stuff going on here. Right now, I have a storage unit still that contains a lot of stuff that used to be in the studio. And I moved it into the storage unit because I didn't really know what to do with it. And then I was going to get rid of the storage unit, but I was painting my house. And I was painting my house because I never painted my house. And so I paid, this was, whatever. This was after the fire. So after the fire, I was like, you know what? I need to get the house painted to repair the smoke damage on a good portion of the first floor. And I was like, well, if I'm going to bring somebody in to paint the first floor, I might as well have somebody come in and paint the whole house. Just because I was like, I wanted to sell the house, because at that time I was especially like, I'm fucking done with this house. And you may remember I was talking about wanting to move to a bigger house so that I could rebuild the studio. It was a big part of what I wanted to do. I wanted to have a studio. I wanted to have a studio. I wanted to have a studio. And I had this stuff all in storage and I didn't have a place to put it. So I was like, okay, I'm going to paint the house, a very neutral, off-white color and, try to start getting it ready to paint, because it did need painting, years of having not being painted. It was, chipped and cracked, and there was, settlement, the painted cracked from settling and stuff like that. And it was just, in general, it needed updated. Plus the original paint that we got it when I bought the house was like this like weird faux sponge texture. It looked terrible. It looks much better now. So we got it painted. And as part of getting it painted, I had to take everything off the walls, and I had to move a lot of stuff to the storage unit. So I didn't get rid of the storage unit because I was like, oh, I'll just keep it while the painters are painting. And so I had to take down a lot of bookshelves. And when I took down a lot of bookshelves, all of my books had no place to live. So they went into boxes, and now they're in storage. So that happened. We got the house painted, and, you know, time moved on. And then I became very, you know, I was like a little weary about my situation. And it worked out really well because 4 or 5 months after I got the house painted, I lost my job. So I was definitely not getting a new house. And so all my stuff has been in storage since then. And it's been on my to-do list forever is to get rid of the storage unit because it's like $200 and something a month and I can't afford it. And it's stupid, and I'm not moving anytime soon. I'm definitely not getting a studio anytime soon. And of course, in that in-between time, last year, we redid this studio. And I turned my bedroom, my master bedroom, into what we're in now, which is this studio. So I'm going to be here for a while. So I was like, okay, well, I want to get my stuff out of the storage, so I need more space. I need more bookshelves. And the thing that you see behind you, which is a Kallax, this was just something that I had originally at the original photography studio. I used it to like kind of serve as like a fake wall between like the photography area and sort of like the lobby area, you know, and I had like plants in there and I put like, you know, cameras, you know, it was kind of more of like a decoration set piece. It was never really intended to be like my thing. But then I moved around so much and I left the studio behind. So I like just kind of kept schlepping it with me everywhere I went. And it's just been stuck behind me. But it leaves a lot to be desired in terms of being a bookshelf because, number one, obviously there's a lot of wasted space at the top of the each book, right? The books are 11 inches tall most of the time, and the cubes are like 14 by 14. So you're wasting a lot of room there. But also, it's really a Kallax is really it's more like a cube, right? So there's a lot of room behind these books that is being unused. So using the profit, using like the $400 or $500 that I made off of Nikon, and I again taking advantage of an IKEA sale. I bought a bunch of proper bookshelves, and I've seen them before in other people's houses and stuff. They're nothing super special. They're nothing sexy, but they're cheap and affordable, and you know they'll work. And of course, went to the Patreon and had them vote on what color I should get. Hey, Klopster!
Book 8 of Dungeon Crawler Carl, loved it. Totally get it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I feel like some people miss that it's satire. The narrator performance is top tier. Had me crying a little a couple of times.
Well, I mean, I'll say something. I can't do audiobooks. I mean, number one, thank you, Clash Roll. Really appreciate you there. That is incredible and amazing. Thank you so much. I have not read any of Dungeon Crawler Call. In fact, I said I was going to try to read it, and then I was like, maybe I can't. And so I haven't done this yet, but you mentioned you really like the audiobooks, and I've had a hard time with audiobooks. I've never been able to really get into them. I don't know why. I can't. But I've thought about like maybe start listening to them while I'm like walking, or like if I'm at the gym on the treadmill or the bike, and maybe that will get through them. But I do feel like just as part of nerd culture, I should be at least somewhat proficient in Dungeon Crawler Carldom. But there is just so many. Now it's funny that you say that because I mean I love physical books. I love it. I love physical books. Audiobooks, I don't know. I zone out. I just zone out. I don't know why, but I can't. And it also comes down to the way I read. I read really fast, but I'm also like one of those people who, like, I'll read something, and it's not like that I didn't comprehend it, but it's that I like read. It's like I enjoyed it, or I really wanted to think about it again. And so like I will sometimes frequently reread. Like I'll read a page and then I'll like read it again, or like I'll read a passage and I'll read it again. And sometimes I'll like, I don't know, I do this thing, I don't know how to call it. It's like a transcription thing where something will pop out to me and I'll really enjoy it. And I do have, I don't want to call it like a photographic memory because I don't, but obviously I have a pretty good recall for things that I've read, as you may have noticed. And one of the reasons for that is because sometimes when something really catches me, it's almost like I enter into this this transcription mode where like I'll read it and it just like locks into my brain. And that is a huge part of where I pull from when I'm dungeon mastering or game mastering, is I will remember words, phrases, passages from books and stuff that I've read over the years, whether it's a fantasy novel or non-fantasy novel, or just like an adventure or TT, RPG adventure. And I'll remember it, and I'll just sort of like bring that memory back up. So I can't do that with audiobooks, I've noticed. And so that has been the reason I've sort of avoided them, I mean, that's even more the case if you can't do them, physically, obviously. Obviously, if you have that handicap, I mean, you should consume content in whatever way that you make. Now, Boothby says I shouldn't do it. I read them all, so you don't have to. You also don't like first looks, though. So now you're trying to keep me from doing something. So you might say that you did the first look, Boothby. See, that's the value of doing first look. I read them. I looked at the game, so you don't have to. Shinobi says, I get concerned anytime reading a physical book starts to feel like a chore and will put aside all my other hobbies until I finish a new book. So, honesty time. Actually, let's take it back down a little bit. I only brought the light up for so that we could look at the Lord of the Rings thing. Here we go. Back to the shadows. What we do in shadows. No, in truth, I got COVID in 2021. I never got it in 2020, but I got it in 2021. And it wasn't bad. But since I had COVID, I find that it is a lot harder for me to read. And it can start to feel like a chore. So that has been something that I've really tried to like push through and struggle through and deal with. And I'm not sure how successful I have been. But again, it has been difficult. And when I say that, I should comment this. Fiction. I could still read nonfiction for whatever reason, very easily, whether it's a TTRPG manual or something else. But fiction, specifically, has been really difficult for me. Yes, I was born in the darkness. You merely adopted it. I didn't see the light of man until I was a man full grown. I can't remember exactly what he says, but it's something like that. No one can understand Tom Hardy. It's fine. What was I saying? We were talking about a lot of stuff. But anyway, thank you, Dirty Phil, for the super chat. Appreciate the dog surgery prayers. Appreciate you. Now, luckily, I'm not too concerned. Well, I am concerned, but it'll be a pain in the ass. I mean, we've had this surgery done with Zeus before. It is not great, but he has done so well, and he's 12 years old now, and he's been going so strong. And so we feel very confident that this is a worthwhile investment. Obviously, too, they're like my kids, right?
Lobster roll tip $20. Also launch Session 0 with Friend Group A and Session 0+1 with Friend Group B of Land of Eam this week.
All right. Well, that's a nice little kickoff there. What is the Session 0? The first Session 0? Because you said the second one is Land of Eam. Or is it 2 Land of Eam's games? In which case, you're doubling down. I mean, respect, I guess. But that's great. Yeah. And of course, you know me, I love a good session 0. Of course, my Session 0s typically end up taking 2 or 3 or 4. They're both Land of Eam. All right. Now that is interesting, Clobster. I'm kind of, I don't want to say like I'm selfish, but like if I'm going to play 2 RPGs sessions with 2 different groups, man, there's so many RPGs I want to play. It's like I feel like I could never play the same one because I'm already playing this one, So I don't know. That's interesting that you chose to do that. Now, was that a you choice or was that a group choice, or how did that come to be? Because that is very interesting to me. Thank you, London, by the way. Hey, appreciate it from the station. We love it. Shout out. You've been streaming like a crazy person. At least it seems like it. I obviously I'm a subscriber, but I get the notifications, or at least I see a lot of VODs. I don't know if they're all live streams or not, but I definitely see a lot of stuff in my feed. Obviously, the video game stuff, I'm not gonna click on that. We do still need to like circle back though and like touch up your audio. Kaz Tim says no Stone Top. What is it? Well, you came late, but my my hard copy books of Stone Top finally did arrive. Massive, huge if true. That's nice. Great Dini Gaming. Yes, I love those colors, and I love the fact that they kept it. Man, that was so cool. I have no idea where the word cranial comes into, but it's called the cranial cruciate ligament, and I don't know much about it. Dadon asks, what kind of job were you doing before? You look like a software developer type or a project manager. Neither. I was a data scientist, or I guess I am a data scientist. I actually just bought, because I have a bunch of credit on Amazon from like returns and stuff like that, and I get the gift cards or whatever. They just put it to my account, and I actually just bought a book on Transformers and attention, because I guess in theory I want to keep up to date with what everything is talking about, and while I understand the basics of Transformers, the concepts of it and attention, but I don't really fully understand the implementation of attention and Transformers like in a holistic manner, especially from like a project. I mean, of course, we're so far past that now, because now it's just like AI is just a tool, no one's building it. But yeah. So I have seen Dave Matthews Band live. I don't know. 30, 40, I don't know, 30, 40, 50, I mean, a lot of times. There were a couple of summers, there was a streak of summers where I would see them multiple times per summer when they would do their summer tour. We would go to multiple shows. And then obviously Leroy died, and then they kicked Boyd out. And I don't know, it just didn't feel like the same band anymore. So, but shout out to Space Narwhals for having good taste. What's up, Aaron? Good to see you. Just finished up. Oh man, we have everybody's new beginnings here. Just finished up a campaign last night that I assume that would be Pulp Cthulhu. Debating what will be next: Daggerheart, Traveler, Root, Stone Top. Well, all of those things are. Well, two of those things are kind of similar, sort of. If you want to call low fantasy, actually Root and Stone Top are actually closer than you think, because even though Root is anthropomorphic animals, there's like no magic. Well, I guess Stone Top does actually have a fair amount of magic, but. Gotcha. One DM at a time. Mythcraft Veil of Eternal Night setting. I must admit, I don't know Veil of Eternal Night. That one I don't know. Hey, I mean, good. I mean, it's one of those like, sometimes people are happy that they join the Knights and learn so many new games, and other times it's very depressing, Ooh, neat. Starheart. Cool. Yeah, I mean, Daggerheart's been kind of back in the news lately, and it just seemed like people were talking about the Sly Flourish, and I guess there's been a couple of like essays by more, notable tubers. There's a lot of questions about like how that's just, I mean, again, I don't necessarily love or like how Darrington Press has handled the game. I feel like people have a lot of questions, and they're not doing a good job engaging with their community and with their audience. I feel like they are just like obsessed and unfocused on like these 3 shots or 2 shots from like would-be, wannabe, pseudo kind of famous professional Dungeons and Dragons players, and who typically have like this long list of hashtags in their Instagram posts, like hashtag influencer, hashtag gamer guy, hashtag, you know what I mean? Which is fine, but I don't know that that's really helping anyone. So I don't know exactly what they're doing. And they obviously brought on Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford, and we really haven't seen anything from them yet. And I don't know, it kind of makes me like a little like sus about what they're doing, and I don't know, like them acting like releasing the sequel to the one shot that is like the intro adventure, as if like that's like a campaign source book. It's very strange to me that the way that they're handling the game and everything for it. So I don't know. Yeah. Gotcha. I mean, I played it like I played Super Castlevania like everybody else did, and Castlevania and stuff on my NES and Super Nintendo, but I never got into like the whole like, I don't know, culture of Castlevania. What's up, FL4G? Another cool Fabula Ultima session last night. Speaking of me being spoiled, so we play Fabula Ultima on Foundry. It's a great module, but obviously I have my bugaboos about playing on Foundry. And of course, it works really well for us because we have a player who's not even in our state, so it works out. And of course, being able to play on like the the graphical thing and stuff like that is pretty cool. Makes it look more like a JRPG. And of course, we're really leaning hard to the JRPG elements. We're all huge Final Fantasy nerds and stuff. But last night, I was getting frustrated because it's just I'm trying to GMing a million things or handling a million things as GM, and there was like I was making an update to one of the models, and I didn't make an update to the actor, and then it didn't carry through, and I was just like really frustrated. And then there was like a bug, which I discovered. I actually posted it to the Project FU developers that like information wasn't getting linked through, and it was just not super convenient. And I was just kind of getting really frustrated, and I was like apologizing. And then Smith, one of my players, kind of like stopped me. It was like, dude, listen, I get that I get that you want this to be perfect, and I get that you want this to be a great experience, but it is. And this is I'm having more fun than I've had in years with this game, and and I should be completely depressed right now because of my life, but I'm actually really, really, really enjoying this campaign, and that's because of you and these guys. So if you need us to sit here for 20 minutes while you figure out why the whatever code isn't working, like that's fine. Like we're not going anywhere. We love you. It's fine. We're all having fun time. Don't get so frustrated. And I was just like, okay, I was like, all right, I needed to hear that, because I was just like, one of the things I don't like about VTTs is I feel like it just fucks stuff up, and I'm like, I'm sorry, like there's nothing I can do about it, and people expect with that, so it's it was but it was nice to hear from from the people. Yeah, no, I have no idea why I obviously haven't even remotely looked at that. Something with the animation is overwriting your thing, but I don't understand. But so I think we're all like that, Dr. Waits, right, where we're way harder on ourselves than our players, ever would be. So I agree with you on that one. So my problem with Owlbear Rodeo is I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm a little torn on VTTs, which is I like them to look cool and be featured. I just don't want to do any work for them, and so that's like a really bad place to be. Which is why I'm totally fine paying money for like a premium module that has everything installed, all the module, all the feats, all the classes, whatever, in a compendium. You had to pay to it. It's not in an SRD. It's not being maintained by some group of volunteers who are basically holding up the backbone of an entire company's game on their shoulders, and they're not actually getting paid anything. No. This is paid by, supported by a team of developers and by the company, and it looks cool and it works, and you've got actual, the actual game information in there. It's not just bootlegged from the SRD or something. I'm fine with that. What I don't like is like these super bare bones, things. So that's my problem. with like Nimble, or not Nimble, but my problem with like Albert Rodeo or any of those other super micro light RPGs. Yeah, for sure, Kendall, for sure. Especially when something worked before and now it doesn't work. Well, luckily, like every single Free League game, and I love the Free League games, so... But the answer should be all of them. That should be the answer. The answer should be all of them. That's the answer. Because that's how people play nowadays. And that's how, you know, that's how these communities, that's how games are being built. That's how these things are being developed. So absolutely, that everyone should have it. Yeah, I mean, Pathfinder 2nd Edition is probably the most egregious of them. But you know, I think there's a lot that are beyond just Pathfinder 2nd Edition. But Pathfinder 2nd Edition, by far and away, is the most egregious. You know, I can't, like, it's crazy. So, right. And the thing is like, even when I play in person, I would rather have something more than just a dry erase board with like, unlabeled tokens. When we play in person, we like to play with miniatures. We like to play with terrain props. You know, even if we're not using like a full Dwarven Forge, we'll have like, little terrain elements or pillars to kind of add a 3-dimensional element. I like, you know, from a lot of my games, I like my games to have, you know, doodads to them, you know? So I think the visual aspect, the aesthetic is important. I think it's cool. I think it's good to look good. And the other thing, you know, it's like we always talk about with RPGs and art, right? Like, I think an RPG should have good art, and I think it should look good, and I think it should have a good graphic aesthetic that doesn't also interfere with your ability to use the book, right? And you know, we've played with everything. You know, we've played with the TV, the flat TV with like the animated maps, and then we used real tokens on top of it. That was really cool. It had its downsides, but it was really cool. And of course, we've done dry erase tiles and terrain tiles and dungeon tiles, and we've done Dwarven Forge. I own several $1,000s of Dwarven Forge, which is a lot of work, but can be cool. So I love, I love minis. I love terrain. I'm still a war gamer at heart. You know, my inner Warhammer nerd comes out. So I like those elements in real life. So when I'm playing virtually, I also want it to be nice, right? And furthermore, it's the same reason why, by the way, I enjoy a good character sheet. That's true regardless of whether it's online or in person. I think a beautiful character sheet that's well designed and all this other stuff is so cool, is so critical. When I see people playing online, they're like, yeah, I play on a whiteboard app that people use for, you know, their soulless corporate meetings, and everybody keeps track of their character sheets on a Google Sheet, a Google Doc. I die inside a little bit. I mean, that is awesome that works for you. And maybe it actually has to do with the fact that I don't play RPGs for immersion, right? And now that might sound weird, but I'm playing an RPG like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like going to the movies, okay? When I go to the movies, it's just as important that I'm going to the movies to get like popcorn. Like, aren't you just going to the movie just to play the movie or just to see the movie? Nah, man. If I go to the movies, I don't really go to the movies anymore, but when I do go to the movies, man, if the popcorn machine's down, I don't even know if I want to see the movie. It's as much about the popcorn for me as it is the movie. Not we live in a hellscape dystopia, but like going to see like the trailers used to be like one of the coolest parts of going to see a film. I remember going to see movies that was just to see the trailer of some new movie that I was actually excited to see. And so Yeah, exactly, data, and it's about the experience. And so the same thing is true for me with role playing games. And so like I think for some people they're like, I don't care about the what the character sheet looks like or what the miniatures look like. All I care about is being immersed in my character and I'm seeing through their eyes and I'm close. That's awesome. That is not me. I am there to enjoy the components. I am there to look over and when you make a dice roll, Bob and I are both really big into this. I want to see your dice roll. I want to see your, I want to see your dice going across the table. I want to see that 20. So when people talk about like playing online and then they go, yeah, I don't use dice rollers. I trust my, I trust my players. I just have them roll in person. No, it's not about trust. I don't care. I trust my players. I don't care about, I wouldn't care if they were cheating. I want to see the dice, right? Now, if everybody was as hardcore as like Benisaro or GM Scott, and they had like a dice cam with a dice tray, and they were piping their feed to everybody, okay, let's fucking rock and roll, okay? But for me, I like being able to share the experience of the role. Now, for a lot of people, the role is just a means to an end. And we talk about this all the time. Vin and I, the self-confessed cynic, talk about this all the time about how role-playing games, for a lot of people, are just a means to an end, right? The end being the immersion, the end being the, whatever, the story that you're doing. But for me, I appreciate the means themselves. I like interacting and interfacing with the game and its components. It's why I would prefer to play a board game on VTT or TTS rather than just playing it like on a video game version of that board game, if that makes sense. I think my mouse just died. Man, things are not going well over here today, huh? Do I have... I don't even know if I have a charger for that. I do need to find... I need to charge my mouse. But I need like one of those like old school chargers. You know what I'm talking about. Not like USB-C. All right, hold on one second. Very exciting. We live in it's like a strange world. It's like where it's like this mouse works fine, but it's like almost like I want to get a new one just because this thing doesn't charge with USB-C and everything I have is USB-C. It's the Logitech MX Master 2S, by the way, if you're wondering. And unlike a stupid Apple mouse, I can continue to use this because it charges from the front. So, fuck you, Apple. Yeah, I don't know. It's the one that's like trapezoidal. It's not USB-C. You know, it's the stuff that like every Samsung smartphone used to use before whatever. Oh, to be clear, I literally don't remember the last time I charged this thing. So, I mean, the battery life must be insane. Say there, see, this is what I'm talking. See, 15 insight. This is how I get in trouble, right? Now, old Derek, if I'll be honest with you, if I was still working and I still had money, I'd probably be like, okay, you know what? That was annoying enough. I need to just get a new one, even though this one works fine. But yeah. That was old Derek, or that was new old Derek. New Derek doesn't have that luxury. Yeah, so I mean, some people loved. I don't even necessarily need dice so nice. Like it's cool to see the dice bouncing across the screen. That's fun, I guess. I could take it or leave it. Bob like won't play a Foundry game without it. For me though, it's the fact that we can just see the result. You know, in the chat menu, and we all get to react to it. I think that's really important to me. Omniscient Toad has a popcorn, a hot dog, the giant Coke machine with the different Coke flavors. I mean, that is the movie experience. Otherwise, right, just watch it at home. You know. That is pretty sweet, Steam. That would be a cool job. That's a cool job. Eddie Keith. Yeah. Pre-internet. That was great. I remember the first time I saw the Matrix trailer, and little known fact about me. So the very first CD I ever owned is Enigma 2. The name of the band's Enigma. It's not a band. Music project. Cross of Changes. This is a music project by a German, I think he's German music experimentalist who's been making albums since like the late 80s. Anyways, there's this album called The Cross of Changes, the second album, and the second track on the second album is called The Eyes of Truth. And the Matrix trailer uses this, the original Matrix trailer. But I remember seeing that in theaters and being like, oh my God, like this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Same thing with the original Lord of the Rings trailer. Yes, Enigma is a new age artist by association. I don't necessarily consider them to be like super duper new age, but I mean, I do love me an Enya, and I do love me an Enigma. So, I mean, yes. My remote one uses AA's, which is also not bad either. I mean, I would rather play in person too, but I will admit that our Fabula Ultima game is fun, right? Because we're playing on, you know, a VTT. So we get to do, you know, there's all sorts of fun little graphical elements that we've added, and we get to use, you know, pixel art, and it makes it, you know, fun, and it looks like we're playing a Final Fantasy game. So that's pretty fun, you know. What's up, GM Scott? Good to see you. I know you said that you are anti-Stone Top. So you have, and considering that like 80% of our streams for the last month have been Stone Top, it makes sense that we haven't seen you as much. Enigma is now considered a retro age artist. That makes sense. They have been around for a minute. Let's see. Oh, by the way, so So this is what my new. Now, granted, I am going to be I have actually put it up to my Patreon. Okay, I said what color should I get? White was an option. The other one was black oak, brown walnut, dark brown oak, and oak. So my Patreon got to vote on what the shelves behind me are going to be, and the winner was black oak. Which, to be clear, I was hoping that a darker one would win. So I actually kind of wanted either the dark brown. Oops, I moved that. But I either wanted the dark brown or I wanted the black. Just because I think it'll blend in a little bit nicer. So the dark brown is really nice, and I would have been happy with either. They voted, and to be clear, on screen, it's going to look the same. I mean, it's behind me. It's not, whatever illuminated. Now, some people said they wanted to get the walnut. Now, let me make something very clear. This is not walnut. It's just a veneer. But I love walnut. It's probably my favorite wood. I do like white oak. I do like cherry, but walnut is definitely my favorite. But black walnut in particular, which we have here locally. Here's the deal, though. I couldn't do this because as a woodworker, if I do walnut shelves, they're going to be real wood walnut shelves, and they're going to be actual built-ins that I build myself. I'm not in a position right now to do that, especially since my wood shop burned down, and I definitely don't have the money to do it. But that's why I wouldn't choose walnut. Not because I don't like walnut. I do love walnut. In fact, I love walnut. Love walnut. My dream is to do, a custom built-in with, walnut that I, handmade it, right? So handmade custom1ins made by myself. So if I'm just getting something that is, not like, I don't want to say throwaway. I'm actually, as a woodworker, as a fine furniture woodworker, not professionally, but hobbyist, I can say I have been very impressed with some, not all, some of IKEA's product offerings. Now, some of it is crap, and I will freely admit that. But some of their stuff is actually quite good, and it's quite affordable. And there have been many times, many times in my career as a woodworker where people would come to me and they would say, blah, 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 I want this table. And I would say, what's your budget? And they would tell me a number, and I would say, okay, look, I'm going to level with you. I couldn't even buy the wood for that much money. I couldn't even buy the wood. Not the finished wood. I mean the raw wood that like somebody cut off a tree, stuck in a kiln and dried it. And, I couldn't even buy the wood for that much money. At the end of the day, the difference between my table and the table you would get from they're both horizontal. They will both support your family's dinners and plates and all that other stuff. The only difference between mine and theirs is, mine will probably last 100 years, and the IKEA one will probably last 10 to 20. And, all things being equal, as long as you're not dancing on top of your table, they will function almost exactly the same. Anyways, so I would tell people, I would go get a blah, blah, blah table. I would go get, an IKEA. Because I think that they made good stuff. Now, some of the stuff that they have transferred to is very cheap. It's the, the so-called cardboard IKEA, right? Where you have like it's not even particle board with a veneer. It is literally just corrugated cardboard with a slightly thicker veneer. That I do have some theoretical concerns about. Like if you have shelves and they're just purely decorative shelves, you're just putting, whatever, like an accent piece or like a couple of picture frames on it. That's fine. Get one of those, the cardboard infill ones. But if it's just particle board, and IKEA actually, generally speaking, like on their particle board, they have pretty thick veneers. But as a woodworker, let's talk. Let's be honest. You know what? Particle board is cheap. It's strong. It doesn't have a grain. So that means you're not going to get shrink. You're not going to get wood movement. You're not going to get expansion or shrinking. You're going to avoid a lot of problems that, quite frankly, a lot of woodworkers do not take the proper time to accommodate for when they build when they build projects. And what ends up happening is you get a really humid summer or a really dry winter or a cycle of, wet summers and dry winters. And suddenly your lovely, beautiful walnut built-in is cracking or is breaking through the wall or, whatever. Or shelves are coming loose and whatever, what have you. So, there's a lot of factors that go into it. So that being said, I have owned Kalex shelves for years. When I say that they have held up, I mean they have held up. I'm talking about because I didn't disassemble them. I would throw them in the back of something. They have held up like a trooper. I have made several craft tables out of the IKEA sells countertops, and they have these really super thick veneers. They have held up incredibly. And this will actually be my first Billy purchase, but I've heard nothing but good things about them over the years. So yeah, there you go. GM Scott, Billy and Kalex are great for me. They've held a ton and lasted many years. And again, I'm not expecting, that was a coupon code that I got because I'm a member of the IKEA family or whatever. So I basically ended up buying this exact setup here, and I think I paid like $4.50 or something out the door. So, but this is going to be a lot more bang for my buck. I will probably be able to fit 50% more books on my back wall with this setup, because the shelving spacing is more tightly packed for actual books. Whereas Kalex, like I said, there's a lot of dead space above the spines. I can also adjust the shelves so that I can make a shelf just for my PBTA books or my A5 books and not have to waste all that space above them. So again, it's going to be much better. And of course, it's going to literally fill, this thing here is the size of my wall behind me. And obviously it's not all in frame, but as you can see, this particular configuration of 4 wides and 1 narrow, I think I'm wasting about 3 or 4 inches total, so again, it's pretty good. Yeah. Ask me how I test coffee tables. Zen Bullet, how do you test coffee tables? I mean, to be clear, all the tables I've built, you could dance on. You could do about anything on them, actually. You have a party on them. I mean, one of my favorite things is Bob talks about how his maybe not anymore, but his kids used to just play in the vault table that I built him because it was so robust. Exactly, the shelter in place table, GM Scott. Hey, GM Scott.
GM Scott tipped $250 for the pupper. Maple needs love.
Thank you, GM Scott. You are a golden god. I will say, GM Scott, I missed you at NightCon. I mean, you were so busy, with you were playing in your games, and then you were. What's up, Ron? What's up, Ron? You were playing in your games, and you were there with your friends. And you were playing actual Origins events like a normal human being, and I didn't get as much time to shoot the shit with you like we know, because I feel like GM Scott, you'll be there with your wife. I was gonna say we can make up for it at Gen Con, but I just feel like for those of you who don't know, GM Scott has been going to the same cons as me for a long time, and he's one of my go-to hang out at a con with. I don't, you know what I mean, Scott? We always feel I feel like we always end up just kind of shooting the shit and hanging out in some hotel lobby and just catching up or doing a podcast or something like that. But I didn't really get to do that with you this year, and I kind of missed you. I felt bad. So I mean, I hope you had a great time, but I really didn't get a chance to kind of touch base with you much because again, you were so busy. But I really appreciate you, and yes, Maple appreciates it as well too. Again, I'm putting that tip goal up there simply because that is the financial reality for me, and I'm just being completely honest with you that the dollars that I make from here to then are going to be going into that, because that we're going to try to get her scheduled Monday. Again, we heard from the vet Thursday night, and we got the X-rays back today or Yeah, no, today, Saturday, confirming that it is the case. And I'll probably end up doing some kind of cool marathon stream, to try to drum up support. So, but I really appreciate everybody. My dogs are pretty important to me, and there's a lot of cool parts about being a YouTuber. But one of the things that does sink is it's harder. I mean, I guess you could be like a Mr. Beast YouTuber, but it is harder to absorb sudden, unexpected, like I'm consider myself very lucky and very blessed that I make enough money most months to pay all my bills and not have to count pennies and not get the, not get a cold brew from Starbucks. Or that I can occasionally, splurge on a $40 Lord of the Rings book set. I think it was like $40, by the way, for all 3 books. But the fact of the matter is, when something big happens, it's kind of like it's a little bit dicier because the income isn't there to kind of support that, and so that's the only downside. And I don't want to be like greedy. I'm just a very cautious person, and so when I talk about wanting to grow the channel and grow the business, a lot of it is just because I want to be able to have that financial. I mean, we all do, right? That's not anything new, So, there you go. And that makes sense, Scott, because, right, I was playing Oath and Arcs, I think, most evenings. So that's probably what I was probably just locked in on those games. And that's probably why I missed you. I'm telling you, that Arcs game, oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. Gotta finish my soda. I gotta finish my soda so I can start my monster. By the way, we'll be back in about 10 hours or 12 hours. We'll be playing the One Ring tomorrow morning. It'll be a shorter session because, again, I wanted to wrap it up with a pre-session, but it was right before NightCon, so that's why I wasn't even originally scheduled. And then Golda Cat said, I have to get my passport renewed. And it turned out Soulpack had also made plans. And so it worked out that we didn't play. But I was kind of like, it'd be nice to do right before we go because it's going to be a shorter session. But nonetheless, we're going to, well, fingers crossed, finish the adventure. But then we'll get to do our first fellowship phase, too, which will be really, really neat and really cool. So I'm looking forward to that. Oh, yeah. Well, both of ours are rescues. Both of mine are rescues, so right there with you. And, yeah, I don't have kids or anything like that, so they're basically my kids, my virtual children. Well, yeah, again, nothing but good stuff to say about both of those products as well. And but then again, thank you, James Scott. Appreciate everybody. Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. People have been talking about it on the Nice Let's Call Discord. And yeah, I think that is accurate. I think that whenever you want to, right, like a spork is not as good at being a fork as a fork is, and it's not as good at being a spoon as a spoon is, right? There's a trade-off that you gain. But I wouldn't say that a spork, I mean, a spork is kind of stupid, but I wouldn't say that a spork is fundamentally flawed because it's trying to be two things. Clearly, there's a design space there where it can be both things. So, but are there trade-offs to that? Yes, absolutely. And it'll never be, I think, as good. And like people always say, jack of all trades, master of none is not the full, saying. It's jack of all trades, master of none, still better than a master of one, right? Or something like that. That's how the actual phrase goes. So, yeah, like I think there's trade-offs, but I think that is a design intention. It's not like a flaw in the game. That's true. Am I a fork or a spoon? Ooh, that's a great question. I am a... I think I'm a spoon. I love cereal, and you really can't eat cereal with a fork. Is it true in the core rules? Yes. And the best example I can give to you, Kendall, is the battle point system combined with the way, you know, an initiativeless GM move, kind of do whatever you want style system works. Those two systems, I think, are very counterpurposed. Not necessarily from a design perspective, but battle point. You know, like what people are like, oh, like what are we talking about when we're talking? What are we talking about? Like balancing the encounter. That doesn't even I don't even know if that makes any sense. Honestly, I can't. Yeah, I don't even know if it makes sense. We're also talking about a game where the players can die or can't die unless they choose to. So. Yeah, it's just, and this is what causes this problem when people are like, "Oh, my guardian is so powerful and can't get killed." Yeah, okay. So that's an example, I think, of where it's really a little whatever. And like another example is like they do this thing in the book, and I guess it's the book's fault. You'll read something in the beginning of the book, ostensibly the players part of the book, ostensibly the rules part of the book. And it will sort of be directly, I don't want to say it's directly refuted, but they say something different in the GM section of the book. There's numerous examples of that, but like one of them has to do with like the way that a GM makes moves. The players part of the book really, the opening part of the book really makes it seem like you are sort of strapped into this, like the GM gets to make a move when the player rolls with fear or fails. But then the GM section of the book says, actually, you can just make a move whenever you want. The failures and fears are designed to, inspire and guide you, especially when it comes to something related to the hardness of the move. Right. And that puts people into a weird position and into a weird spot, I think. Again, because I think it creates these false expectations of what things are supposed to be and how things are supposed to operate. But yeah, I think Hope and Fear are pretty cool. D12s are great. Hey, here, you want to see something horrible? Unthinkable? I didn't know if we were going to get into this. But let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. I had this idea while I was walking in the woods the other day about an idea for a game. And I was like, oh, but what I really need is polyhedrals so that I can like talk about this theoretically. This was like for a stream. Not this stream, but for a stream. And we could just talk about it if we wanted to, if we get to it. And I was like, oh, cool, this will work. And so I was like, okay, well, does Excalidraw have some? Because that's usually what I use is Excalidraw. And someone's like, no, you need to have like an Obsidian plugin. You have to pay for Obsidian. I was like, that's stupid. And so I was like Googling, and then someone's like, oh, Miro has this. And I was like, oh, cool, I'll use Miro, which I don't really use that often. But so I downloaded this thing called Randomizer, which was free, which is great. And then I look and I'm like, okay, so you can have a D4, a D6, a D8, a D10, and you can even have a D20. But there's no D12. What the fuck? What the fuck? How are you going to not have a D12? That's wild. Like, you have a D4, but you don't have a D12? Come on. Come on. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. So, anyways, well, if we do use this, we'll have to make do and just pretend that there's a D12, even though there's no D12. I have. Don't tell Pete. He'll be very upset. Maybe different designers wrote the sections. I don't know, Dr. Waits. I mean, obviously, I'm sure that multiple people worked on the book. That's for sure. But 2d6 it is, yes. Lionhead says they didn't want to have the critique of like being worse than 5e at critical. I think you mean challenge rating. You were 189% correct about Daggerheart being coated in honey to help the medicine of more story forward gameplay. Yes, I very much view Daggerheart the way I view Daggerheart is that I view it as a PBTA game with toys, and all the other trappings are just are a honeypot to lure in unsuspecting 5e players. True. Now, again, there are things I do like. We've talked about this before, right? 2d12 versus 2d6. You know, it gives you a little bit more room for modifiers without like breaking the game instantaneously. Breaking the game being, you know, a relative term in a game that doesn't, you know, where the points don't matter and you can't win or lose. But I do like that. And of course, we've also talked about this at length before, right? Where when you're rolling 2d6, and theoretically the GM is only able to make a hard move when the players get a golden opportunity or 6-, that can lead to certain situations. So, I mean, this is the crazy part. I think Daggerheart is even a more narrative or GM controllable game than a Powered by the Apocalypse game. Because fear is a tremendously powerful resource that you do not have in PBTA. And I would challenge that if you're playing a Powered by the Apocalypse game and a GM just makes a hard move, not because they're following through with a golden opportunity, or, you know, saying the move that follows, or, you know, spinning off of a soft move that spiraled, or the player rolled a 6-, I would very much disapprove of that. And I would say that GM is cheating. Now, the GM might make that move because they think it would be cool, it would be great for the story, it would be a neat, cool story beat, or a cool dramatic moment, or they're really looking to up the tension or whatever. But the fact of the matter is that, in my personal opinion, PBTA does not give the GM that level of control. And Daggerheart does, via fear. So, and the fact that fear is generated on roughly 50% of dice rolls, I know it's a little lower because of crits, it's like 44% or something, means that as long as the players are making rolls, in theory, you're going to have, you know, 1 or 2 or 3, you know, type things. Fear being generated every, you know, handful of rolls. So you should have that. That's a soft move. That's a soft move. So when the players look to you to see what happens, you make a move, a soft move, not a hard move, a soft move. Now that is very comfortable. I'm very comfortable with that in PBTA. But the important part of that is that it means that you aren't creating actual badness, right? You are setting up badness. You're giving the players chance to react to the badness. You're giving the players chance to do something about it. You're giving players you are never empowered to just do something terrible unless it is precisely and specifically a golden opportunity or a 6-. To put it another way, there's the classic GM expression, right? Well, if the players are being assholes, you know, just make rocks fall and they all die. Well, here's the deal. In D&D, there's no rules about any of that, so I guess you're not cheating because there's nothing about it. But Powered by the Apocalypse game says, no, you can't do that. You can only do that if the players roll and get a 6-, or if you made a soft move and talked about the instability of the ceiling, and then the players say, I'm going forward anyways, then as a golden opportunity, as a follow-up, as delivering on, deal harm as established, you could have the ceiling collapse and rocks fall and you all die. Both of those are okay, technically. And you would still be a little bit heavy-handed, I would imagine, if players like, I'm going to, inspect the room and see what I can see. And I'm like, oh, you got a 6-. You see that the room is collapsing and it collapses on your friends and they all die. But in Daggerheart, you could, without any preamble and without any dice roll, just cash in fear points and rocks fall and you all die. So that gives now that's a terrible example. Nobody should be doing that. But in theory, you could not do that in a PBTA game. You could do that in Daggerheart, provided you had the fear currency to allow you to do that. And then D&D exists, or Pathfinder or whatever, exists in this sort of quantum world where you are both simultaneously never allowed to do that, but because there's no rules about it, you're also, and the game, keeps telling you about how you're completely God and everyone is, the world is your universe. You're both simultaneously not allowed to do that, but also totally empowered to do whatever you want, theoretically, but only because there's no law about it, right? It'd be like saying, well, murder is okay because there's no law against it. Okay, I don't know if that makes it okay. Just because there's no law against it doesn't mean it's legal. Does that make sense? That's true, as long as the damage is level appropriate, right? Jim Scott, if you did have a message, it was missed. I saw Don't Tell Pete, but I didn't see your previous message. Correct, Shinobi. Right. There's no rule probably in the NBA that says only human beings are allowed to play basketball. And thus, Air Bud can play because there was no rule that said that he can't. And as an example of why this is bullshit, when I was a teenager and my friends and I would be playing board games or, Magic the Gathering or even sometimes, yes, RPGs, a player, a friend of mine or whatever, might do something completely assholish, and then the refrain would always be, show me in the rules where it says I can't do that. As if the rules of the game are defined by their exclusion, right? Like as if you need every single situation that you can't do. That's what the rules are designed to define. So they would say something like, show me in the rules where it says you can't do that. And, that's that same philosophy, right? That's the philosophy of DMing, right? Where it's like, well, the rules don't say I can just make anything I want happen, right? So I will. Whereas PBTA is very much more specific about it, where it talks about you have to pick your time and your place. As a GM, you are given essentially free range to make a move whenever you want. Now, I should also note that if we go to Daggerheart, let me open up Daggerheart. The Daggerhato. Okay, Daggerheart. Apparently, I don't have Daggerheart. Is it called something else? Oh, it's probably called like DH or something. I really need to just rename everything. Like, people should just... Why are people so terrible? No. There we go. So if we look at Daggerheart, note that what it says consider. So this is already, like, by the way, we're in the GMing section now, right? Right, not the player section. So already off the bat, we're already sort of changing one of the core assumptions that, number one, people make about Daggerheart, which is wrong. And number two, that is a difference from PBTA. It says, consider making a GM move when a player does one of the following things. Rolls with fear on an action roll, fails an action roll, does something that would have consequences, gives you a golden opportunity, looks to you to see what happens next. So there's a couple of important things here. Number one, it says consider. Which means you don't have to. All right? So already that's a big difference just with PBTA, but it's also very different from the way that people might think about, the game in how it flows in general. But also, the other thing to remember is that it says, of course, but the general rule of thumb is you can make a GM move whenever you like, or sorry, whenever you want. That's it. You're the GM. Your job is not to crush the PCs or to act adversarially, always act adversarially. It's to help tell a story. All right. So in my opinion, Daggerheart, even more so than PBTA, is a game system, and I know you're not going to want to hear this, that is designed to let the GM kind of sort of tell the story they want. Powered by the Apocalypse, I don't think is that as much. PBTA games, I think, are more about, like, I'm out of control here. As the GM, I don't have this level of control. But there's something else here, too, which I think is that Daggerheart, I don't think, really has this. I mean, they talk about softer moves and harder moves, right? And they have this list, which I think is a fairly reasonable example of from the very softest move to the very hardest moves. Okay? But there's nothing that I can see that specifically talks about when a GM should or shouldn't make a hard move. Now, we've talked about, when you might want to do it. For example, it says, consider using softer moves on failures with hope and harder moves on rolls with fear. In fact, we've even kind of created, right, that sort of gauntlet where we talk about that a failure with hope might be the softest move, right? A success with fear is a slightly harder move. And then a failure with fear might be a very hard move indeed. But again, note that word here. Consider. In Powered by the Apocalypse, that is not a choice. When the players look to you to see what happens, you make a soft move. Okay? When they roll a 6-, right, you make as hard of a move as you want. I think Stonetop goes a step further and even specifically says that you should make a hard move. So Daggerheart is very, very loose and flexible in its restraints on how and where and why a GM should move, or how they should move. Soft, hard, when they should do it. And all in all, it is incredibly loose. It is incredibly loose. Yeah. And anyways, all that's to say that I think Daggerheart is probably a better system for railroady GMs or GMs who have, and I'm using the term railroad there, and I probably shouldn't, but like the fact of the matter is I have to accept the fact that a lot of people, players and GMs, like want to tell their story. And I think that and I don't think people even really want to admit this. But I think a lot of people actually do like that style of play. Even people who like Pathfinder 2 or something like that, right? It's not necessarily like these super, linear GMs, Dadon. They have this very clear outcome in mind of what a game session should look like. And the sort of, maybe they're not like literally figuring it out, but again, I'm going down like a million rabbit holes here at once, but like one of the reasons that people like some certain games like Pathfinder 2 and whatever is because the math is so tight that like you're rolling dice, but you kind of know how it's going to end up, right? Like you kind of know what's going to happen because that's why you want the tight math. The reason why people bitch about the math is because in 5th edition, or why they praise it in Pathfinder 2nd edition, is because it produces consistent outcomes. And the reason why you want consistent outcomes is because you want to know what you can throw at the party that won't actually kill them. So that way you can throw challenges at them. They get to fight, they get to play, the combat, and maybe even feel like they're losing, but then never actually lose because that's going to derail the plans. And not like I'm trying to say like, I'm not trying to shit on Critical Role here, but I think Critical Role especially espouses that style of play. And I think a lot of the people who follow and love Critical Role like that style of play, or maybe that's how they learn to play D&D because of that style of play. And I think Daggerheart is a system that is very much empowered to allow the DM or the GM to kind of tell the story they want. And Powered by the Apocalypse, in my personal opinion, is more like nobody's going to be happy. Right? Like, we have to abide by the rules of the game, and the dice are going to take us in directions that no one expected, and the GM isn't empowered to just do whatever they want whenever they want because it will make a good story. And for that reason, I think that Daggerheart is not actually a 5e simulator or emulator, because it has like combat rules. I think it's a 5e simulator because it actually structurally creates a game system that allows and empowers GMs to actually do all the normal bullshit that they were doing in their regular 5e games, but were probably blatantly cheating or fudging behind the screen to accomplish. And maybe the reason why people don't like Daggerheart is because they're saying the quiet part out loud. And that's okay. But I think it's acknowledging what it should be. And so when people talk about it feeling like it's being pulled in two directions, I think that is on purpose, but I understand it. So, I mean, you can like, if that wasn't their intent, I might say, well, that is a flaw, but I think that was very much their intent for this. So I missed chat because I was ranting, and I was also looking at the PDF. So Keith says, why have currency then? Great question, Keith. It both simultaneously serves no purpose and serves every purpose. It's a great question. I mean, I guess a question. So Keith, let's get down to brass tacks here. We know that in our community, there are a number of GMs, a lot of GMs, people who are very happy and proud to say, I have the monster die when it's appropriate. We've all read articles, posts, we've seen YouTube videos from, talking head people who have 175 trillion subs, who basically say like, blah, 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 your job as a GM, and, make sure the monster doesn't die early or too late, avoid grind and avoid disappointment. So why have hit points? Why have hit points if that's what you're going to do? And that's a great question. Why have hit points if that's what you're going to do? Or why should the hit point system exist if the monster's just going to die when it's cool? So, yeah, it's a great question. And that's why I think people talk about it feeling like it's a bit of a schizophrenic take on the game. But the truth of the matter is because they are trying to they're trying to say the quiet part out loud. The truth is, all these 5e D&D DMs have been cheating and fudging for years. And there's very little that you could do to convince me that Matt Mercer is also not. Daggerheart is trying to take that idea and say, your intention is good. You aren't trying to create a challenge-based game. A game that the players think that it's our skill and it's our luck against the world, against the bad guys. And if we're lucky enough, and if we're good enough, if we persevere, then we will prevail and we will have achieved victory. And that will feel like a win, like it's some sort of sports game or like some sort of real life thing. But the truth of the matter is that has not been happening. The DMs have been colluding. They have been conspiring to create artificial experiences for their players. Daggerheart says, we think that's a noble goal. We think trying to tell stories and instead of trying to run a sports gauntlet arena is a noble goal. We just don't think you should have to cheat to do it. So here are rules and meta currencies that will help legitimize your cheating while still providing you with the authority and the ability to do the sort of stuff that you need to do, aka fudge, in order to keep this fucking ship going. But we're going to do it above board. We're not going to do it hidden behind the screen where no one can see, yada, yada, yada. Is that a noble goal? I think it is. I think it is. So I agree with Lionhead. Justification, legitimacy. GM Scott, I also agree with you. I think that is GM Scott. I think was talking about. You're talking about this piece, GM Scott, the piece on the collector's edition. Yeah, this is awesome. Or is this Eclipse? Either way, it looks like the cover art from the collector's edition. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it is just Eclipse. I don't know. Either way, it's amazing. I mean, the purple and gold is such a good color scheme. I mean, the graphic design of this book is fucking through the roof. It's motherfucking counterspell. Jackal knows his Daggerheart art. Good for you, Jackal. Ooh. All right, we're into the white monsters. Well, the first one, anyways. Maybe I'll just YOLO. I'll just stay up all night and then run the One Ring game on no hours of sleep. I'll be like, all right, guys, the trolls are here. The Arthedain was one of the successor kingdoms to the kingdom in the north, and they had weapons out of Westerness. I mean, yeah, I think having tangible currency is a fun way of sort of representing to the players, this is how much potential narrative trouble you're in. So. Correct. So Marksum says, so Daggerheart has no rules, just a list of suggestions. I mean, technically, that's every RPG, right? Rule 0. Now, my Discord profile very famously says, Rule 0 is not an excuse to cheat. GM Scott, already on it. So Dr. Waits, I think, really espouses, the healthiest version of what I'm trying to say. And quite frankly, it's what attracts me to Daggerheart, which is I'm a railroad GM in that I don't have a story, but I do want to make sure I deliver a game experience that empowers the player and doesn't have needless death, but do so without fudging. So because a true, we were talking about this earlier today, again, on the Patreon Discord. If you're not members of the Knights of Last Call Patreon, you got to sign up. I mean, come on, it's $5 a month. I need your money, please. So I'm begging. But you get to be part of these cool conversations. But we were talking about my buddy Smith, and we were talking about like activism as a GM. And I know that there are many people in my Discord server who also patrons who have also in the past espoused this belief, right? Well, they'll talk about like, as a GM, I'm content to just, I'll just sit back behind my screen, and I'm a reactionary GM. I will just let them, if they want to keep planning, I will just be sitting back here waiting for you guys. And then when the players are like, okay, well, I'm like, oh, are you ready to do something? I'm just here to represent the world. I'm just here to respond to your actions. Not me. I get too bored with that. I'm here because I want to deliver an experience. And I want to be somewhat empowered to do that. PBTA games empower me to do that. I would say Daggerheart empowers me even more. That could, now, yes, does that start to potentially get into this murky, weird ground of like, are we eliminating player agency? Is it becoming all about the GM story time? And my answer would be yes, if you completely avoid, especially in Daggerheart, the entire principle or agenda, which is collaborate. The GM can make a move whenever they want. Like half of those moves should be like, what is it, player? How did it get here, player? Who did they betray, player? Right? Using your power for good, not for evil. Now, what you're doing, what you're guaranteeing, is that the world is going to be interesting and full of adventure. And you're being heavy-handed. You are using the rules of the game. You're using the fear meta currency. You're using all this to guarantee that the players get that experience, that experience that Dr. Waits was talking about. Also, Dr. Waits, did I miss that? Narwhal's? You said she was a woodworker. Did I miss that? I didn't know she woodworked. Dr. Waits. I've always enjoyed and appreciated your wife, but now more than ever. So principles, those are the only rules in the game, right? And that's the one thing that everyone ignores. I say this all the time with PBTA. That is the guiding principle. Those are the rules.
Edward tipped $50
of Dagger
Fund
PBTA.
hoping for the best.
Edward, thank you so much. Again, it's a very long-term tip goal. I know, I appreciate that. I know it's a big number. We've already put almost a 10% dent into it, though. So you guys are amazing, and I love you all so much. But yes, it's going to be a long haul, and of course, it's going to be a tremendous pain in the butt. I know, I've gone through this before. You know, she'll be in a cone for like 4 to 6 weeks. You know, physical therapy, aqua therapy. She won't be able to walk. You know, we'll have to put baby gates up so she doesn't go up on the furniture and all this other stuff. It's a real pain in the ass, but again, she's worth it. See, I thought she was a music teacher. Okay, I was like, yeah, I thought she did music. Well, TLDR, if you haven't met Mrs. Dr. Waits, she's awesome. She's incredible, and I think she's amazing, and gets more amazing every time I learn about her. So that's awesome. I didn't realize she had a carpentry degree, but yes, I did know she's a music. You know, of course, I mean, I'm musically untalented, but I do love musical theater. Totally side note, but one of my best friends is taking a job with OpenAI. He's staunchly anti-AI. He hates AI. He thinks it's a blight, a curse. He refuses to use it, even as a programmer. Almost like in a Luddite way, right? Like I'm making more of a statement than anything. He thinks it's gonna whatever. Anyways, but they threw so much money at him. He had to say yes. But hopefully he's gonna end up in New York City, and I'm really excited about that because that would give me a good excuse to go to New York City more often to visit him, and that I'm hoping to be able to see more plays on Broadway. The conversation has come up, Edward. This is a deep. Well, it's not that deep of an in-cut. I forgot who I'm talking to, but he was sending to our group chat that they're giving him. They're like, hey, submit 3 names for your email, account. And he suggested one of the ones that he suggested was Butlerian Jihad at openai.com. I'll be up. I was talking about you, actually. We were talking about, north of the city. We were talking about your situation and coming up. But yeah, I mean, if he gets this job, I'm going to be in NYC more often. Yeah, I want to see more shows. Absolutely. He's not like the biggest Broadway fan. Like, he's not a huge musical fan. Like, he liked the musical episodes of Buffy, and he liked Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. But he's not like a huge musical fan. So we may have to hook up. Thank you for the Prime sub, Super Lurk. Appreciate you. Again, 2 months. Appreciate it. Yes, Woodland Fellowship. It's this is what I love about this community is because like all of you are like you could just as easily be in my group chat, because we were talking about like Ron Swanson and him being like we were talking about the episode where he Chris Traeger comes to him and he goes, Ron Swanson, I want to inform you that you are a finalist for the position of assistant city manager. And he goes, Chris, I think I should just remind you that I don't think the position, I don't think the position of assistant manager, nor the entire government of Pawnee should even exist. But you'd be a fool not to pick me. And then it like cuts to him on the interview, and he goes, I will walk deeper into the belly of the beast if it means I can gut its rotting carcass from within. Andrew Downing, we're all going bankrupt, buddy. Listen, it would be the best of days. It would be the worst of days. Okay. I, for one, I would be fine. I would be fine with either thing happening. So, I mean, I can't blame them. They threw so much money at them. I would take the job. I'd be like, look, I don't even have to work that long. It can go bankrupt. Just give it a couple years and then it can go bankrupt all at once. I don't care. Any recommendations on musicals to see? Well, I mean, there's the classics, but I will admit that the classics don't hold up as well, even though I love them. But so it's tough. I mean, Hamilton is really good. It's long, actually, but it goes quick. But you know, I'm a traditionalist. I love Wicked. I think it's hard to not love Wicked. It's you know, I also love Sondheim, so I love Into the Woods, and some of the other Sondheim musicals. And then there's also the weird, quirky ones, like there's a Back to the Future musical, you know, and these other things. There's random, you know. There's just random good musicals that just pop up. And, you know, nowadays I feel like a lot of musicals are like built on an established IP. So if you really like that IP and they're making like, I mean, you really like Shrek or whatever. If you really like the Lost Boys movie, then, you know, you can go see that and enjoy it. But I mean, I like the classics. I like Les Mis. I like Phantom. I mean, again, they're sometimes hard to understand and get into, but, you know. Hey, she's performing in Shrek. I mean, I love Into the Woods, so good. I will say this. I recommend this for everyone, okay? I recommend this for everyone. If you're going to go see a musical, okay, research it, read about it, and learn the plot before you go. You will enjoy the music better. I think musicals can be a little hard to follow. There's a lot of exposition that's in song, and it's not always entirely clear who is what or what is who. But if you understand, yes, spoiler alert, you're going to spoil the story for you, but I think that's okay because you're there for the music and the experience the story being told through that. And so I would say, if you go and you look at it, you know, you read it and you understand what is going on, it makes a lot more sense. Like, you might appreciate Les Mis a lot more if you kind of start off with a better understanding of like what Jean Valjean's situation is and what he is and why he's what he's doing. And then, you know, because it you know, it starts off with them pulling ropes, you know, out of it, you know, it's just, they're telling his story while they're all singing, look down, you know, and you're like, what is going on? And it could be tough. So I recommend spoiling the story for yourself, basically. Thank you, Zimbullet. Appreciate that. Obviously this is for my dog. Of course. Everything's for my dog. Which I appreciate. I made the super chat just for Derek, just so that way it would encourage people to tip instead, so that it goes for the dog. No, I mean, I should have a pretty light. I say this. I should have a pretty light expenses the next couple of months because I'm not really doing a whole lot. I'm going to be running a bunch of games for the patrons, so streaming a bunch. I'm going to the Gen Con, but you know, I'm going to be working with Steven Glicker and Professor Dungeon Master, and we're just going to be kind of hanging out there. And then after that, I'm going to, you know, D&D Summer Camp, which, you know, Sugar Daddy Glicker took care of me for. So I'm good there, you know. And so all in all, it should be hopefully a relative, you know, and again, if the community, this is how I make my money. So if the community shows up and helps and participates, it should be okay. Yeah, the novelization can be a bit tough. I also love the Animaniacs. I think it was extremely it's criminal how bad like TV shows for kids are now. Like when I think about like the cleverness and the wittiness of the writing. Now I was a little old, you know, like I was like 15 or 14 or whatever when Animaniacs was coming on, I think. But like, I mean, I still watched it. But when you compare the quality of that to whatever garbage people watch today, it's like night and day. It's just crazy. That would be an interesting thing, for sure. That's true. That's true. Well, that's my point, Jim Scott, right? Because, you were probably in college when it came out, and you appreciated it because it was clever writing, In the arms of the angel, far away from here. I can see that. I can feel/hear/see that commercial like burned into my skull. All right, they weren't all winners. I hated those shows, by the way. What's up, Kaz? From this dark, cold hotel room and the emptiness that you feel, you are pulled from the wreckage of your silent reverie. You're in the arms of the angels. May you find some comfort here. Donate today. Save a life. I get copyright struck somehow. Well, as you can see from the tip, Kaz, my dog has to have that surgery, and I need to raise $5,000. So there you go. That's right. That's right. That's right. I don't blame you. You should. I'll just really guilt trip you guys, and like my intro of all my streams now will just be that song playing with like a slideshow of Maple. Oh. Hashtag emotional damage. Okay, so as I said, I can't go later than like 1 a.m. because I do have to wake up and run the One Ring. But luckily, I'm already feeling very good about GMing the One Ring. Obviously, the fact that I know all the intimate details of the Lord of the Rings, it's a good thing. But it really is a good system, and I'm really having fun playing it. And the players are being really, really great and responsive, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how the game continues to cook as we move through it. So, yeah. It's always nice when you have a game system that you feel very comfortable running. I hate prepping. I just hate prepping. Oh, so I said we were going to do this during a live stream, but we'll go on a complete tangent here. So that is really good art. We were talking about. So this was my idea. I posted this the other day in game design. And again, this might be nothing. Because occasionally I have these ideas, and I've been like chasing this dragon. I've been chasing this dragon for a long time, which is like a variety of things, all kind of combined into one. About what I want out of a role-playing game system. And it's complicated. And it gets sort of twisted and updated and changed, every time I see or experience a new game, and it kind of cooks inside of me. And so lately, there's a lot of layers to this. I've said this before, but one of the things that I love about Blades in the Dark is I find it to be the easiest game for me to GM. And that's because I can convert any situation and any action into a position and an effect. And that makes it really easy for me to understand, and for the players, we can just kind of describe or do or say or use anything, and we can then express it as a position and an effect. And I really like that as a system. But Blades in the Dark leaves a little bit to be desired for, tactical gamey play. Now, when I say tactical gameplay, I want to be very clear about something. And Kaz is here, so this is actually, he can chime in on this, and I think he'll agree. When I say tactical gameplay, a lot of people immediately go to, they think I'm talking about D&D in a grid. I'm not. In fact, playing Fabula Ultima the last 5 months has really highlighted that you can have a very tactical RPG that doesn't necessarily have any movement involved in it at all. And a month or two ago when we did Tunnels and Trolls. If you remember Tunnels and Trolls, I know you don't all watch every single First Look, but Tunnels and Trolls had this really cool, it doesn't use grids based system. Instead, it has this system called threat. And your character will have a threat level that determines kind of basically how much into the shit you are. So if your threat level is higher, it sort of metaphorically represents your character as being, is kind of more into the thick of it. Where if your character's threat level is low, right, you're not as, dug into the deep hacking swirl of melee. You might be more on the outskirts of the skirmish, or maybe you're even completely out of the skirmish entirely. And that's reflected by this threat level, which affects mechanically certain actions that you take. So, for example, if your threat level is really high, then you get a bonus to, say, attacking in melee. But you also take more damage in melee because that threat level is an abstraction that represents how deep into the the gut of the swirling melee you are. Whereas if your threat level is high, or I should say, your threat level actually hurts you if you're trying to shoot a bow, which makes sense. So I like the idea of tactical gameplay that doesn't use a grid. Now, I like grid and I like minis, but I also understand that grids and minis really can slow the game down. And you can see Kaz here talking about, our Fabula Ultimate game, but timing, syncing abilities, coordinating effects, all this stuff. So I don't exactly, let me see if I can find this on Discord. I posted this because I was walking in the woods. And I don't remember what it was, but I just had this idea. And again, by the way, I do think this idea is ultimately bad. I just want to reiterate this. I'm not one of these people who thinks that my ideas are good. I actually think my ideas are bad. In fact, I used to think arrogantly, self-assuredly, I used to think my ideas were good. But then having this YouTube channel, now I think, by the way, a lot of people feel that way. And again, I'm not talking to you, but I might be talking to you. I think a lot of people think that their game ideas are really good. They have that ego. And that used to be me too. And then I had this YouTube channel. And I think most people who get a YouTube channel and get a bit of a following actually have that ego rapidly inflated. And then they think their ideas aren't just good. I think they think they're great. I, thankfully, have a savage, unrelentingly bitter, cynical community who is more than happy to point out how terrible my ideas are. So what that has actually caused me to do is to actually check my ego and actually realize that my ideas are in fact bad most of the time, all the time, essentially. So that has been a bit of a blessing to me. And sometimes I will create an idea just because I think it's good, and I understand it's fundamentally flawed, but I still think it's an interesting idea that I want to explore. And there's a lot of things that I enjoy that aren't necessarily very popular or usable. Like, for example, I love custom bespoke dice and things of that nature. And I understand that those things are inherently problematic. So when I was in the woods the other day, I had this idea. Well, I was thinking about this, Jekyll. I think we need to create a blank, blank, wrong, or not, whatever, the equivalent of that for everyone who's at a certain level. Like maybe once you get to level 70 or something, everyone needs their own sticker that is that level. But mine can't be wrong because that's Vin. So it's got to be something different, right? Well, I'm thankful for it, John. I am thankful to you. You are right to say you're welcome, because I've seen a lot of content creators, right? They get a lot of smoke blown up their ass. They get a lot of brown nosers. They get people who just sit there and just go like, "Oh, you're so great. Oh my God, what an incredible idea. I've never seen anything so smart and great." And I think that's not, I think that's not good. I think it's good to get, shit on sometimes for ideas. That's true. I met Roll for Combat and I realized his ideas were bad. That's right. It's all vibes. And again, this idea that I had in the woods is bad. But I almost had a moment where I thought it was good. And I'm trying to see if I can find it. I mean, there's so much design talk in our channels here. Let's see if I can find it here. Okay. Okay. I said, because I was actually walking in the woods and I had to get home to get on Roll for Combat. So this is just Wednesday. I said, I have to hop onto RFC, but I was walking in the park and I want to write this down before I forget. Oathhammer, PE, dice pool, resources, DTX, reaction, no GM roll in quotation marks, track, damage dice. Okay, that's just for me to remind myself later. So basically, what my idea was, is I've been obsessed with this idea for a long time of some sort of game system where the players, and again, this is, I didn't write that down, but another inspiration for this was Panic at the Dojo. I like the idea, and Legend of the Five Rings, and there's a million examples of games. I mean, I'm influenced by everything, but I really like this idea of, I'm trying to like crystallize this in a way that makes it's still not good, but I don't want to like undersell it. Maybe I guess I'll just talk and we'll go different places. Okay. So basically my idea is I like that you have this ability to, in Blades in the Dark, kind of define position and effect, but it's a little, indie and a little bit not tactical. And I really like dice. And I really like this idea or this concept that we could use dice as a way to represent multiple things. Daggerheart, right? We have both success and failure, but also hope and fear, right? With the same die roll. So if you don't recall, in Oathhammer, the game uses D6s, and this is, in fact, itself inspired by Burning Wheel. Now, in Burning Wheel, you roll a pool of D6s equal to the skill rank of your skill. And you are trying to get successes. This was actually a terrible roll. This continues to be a terrible roll. Is this random at all? Okay, there we go. All right. So let's say that your skill rank is 5. You would roll 5 dice in Burning Wheel. And by default, your skill also has what's called a shade. And it's Luke Crane, so take it for whatever. Now in Burning Wheel, the shade is white, gray, and then black. So actually, these actually should be white dice, okay? Because I'm using this first example. Oh, that's absolutely going to be terrible. Can I change? Does anyone know Miro? Can I change the background color of this? Board. No. Edit? No. View? No. Preferences? No. Paste, grid, view. No. Frames? No. All right, well. If somebody knows how to change the Miro board, let me know. It's kind of crazy that they don't have that. All right. I guess we'll use this. This is, at least it's a little bit different. So by default, a 4 or higher on a white die is a success. So we rolled 4 dice and we got 2 successes. And you use successes to determine, whether you passed or failed. The objective, it's called the ob. It's basically the DC. Now, Oathhammer uses a very similar system, which has D6s, except Oathhammer, uses red dice instead of black dice. But what they do here is just like in Burning Wheel, you have this idea of a shade. So the red dice work the same as the white dice, except on the white dice, you need 4s or higher. On the red dice, you need 3s or higher to be a success. Right? And then lastly, the black dice, you need 2s or higher to be a success. So only 1s are a failure. So with our black dice, everything but a 1 is a success. So you might have the same skill, which is 5. Apparently I've dragged over a D4, which is 5. And so you're going to roll 5 dice either way, but the number of successes you get is going to depend on that. All right. So that is the idea of Burning Wheel, and that is the idea of Oathhammer. Now, the downside of this is that you need a bunch of D6, but you also need a bunch of D6 in 3 different colors. Ideally, white, red, and black. Or light colored, dark colored, and something else, right? That is neither light colored or dark colored. Just so that there's a universal way to sort of express this. So now this is expressing success and failure using a simple success condition. My idea was, can I do, and this is the idea I had, is can I use, and by the way, this is just the beginning of the idea, is can I use position and effect with dice and shade in the same system? And so the idea that I had, or that I've been toying around with, is this idea that white dice are like having what we would call in Blades in the Dark, right? In Blades in the Dark, you have what's called limited effect. And then in Blades in the Dark, you have standard effect. And then in Blades in the Dark, you have great effect. So when people talk about P and E, this is what they're talking about. The E, effect, is how effective is this attack? Okay. A great way to think about it might be if you were attacking a skeleton in D&D, you might say a piercing weapon has limited effect, and you might say a slashing weapon has standard effect, and then you might say that a bludgeoning weapon has great effect. So that's like, basically the idea of E in Blades in the Dark, represented in D20 terms. And instead of having a whole system of damage reduction and stuff like that, we are able to map that to this idea, and we can use that for anything we want. But in Blades in the Dark, these values, these effects, they have both a qualitative and a quantitative effect or component. So limited effect means limited effect. But it also means that if we're talking about mechanics, it means that you are ticking 1 unit of effect, or 1 unit typically of a clock. And standard effect is 2 and great effect is 3. So there is a kind of mechanical component to this as well, which is to say, if we were to represent, say, a skeleton as a 4 clock, okay? Can we get a 4 o'clock? No, it's not going to. Of course it's going to do that. Come on. Okay. So if we were to represent a skeleton as a 4 o'clock here, okay, you could think of that as the hit points. And spoiler alert, hit points are just clocks. And of course, like the Death Knight might be a 8 clock. Right? The basic skeleton minion might just be a 1 clock. And so if we were playing, Dungeons and Dragons in the dark, right? If we were playing D&D in the dark, then, I might have a clock skeleton here, or a skeleton clock here, for like, Skell minion, Skell trooper, and it's a 4 clock, and you come in there and you make your attack. You're using a bludgeoning weapon. And I say, oh, yeah, bludgeoning weapons are great against skeletons. You have, quote unquote, great effect, right? And so you hit the minion. Is there a size to this thing? There we go. Yeah, you hit the minion and we fill in 3 of the 4 ticks, because it has great effect. On the other hand, if you use your arrow, your piercing weapon, right, I'm only going to mark 1 tick. So it's going to take you more actions, more attempts to destroy the skeleton. That's the idea of effect. Not that it really matters, but for what it's worth, this has nothing to do with my idea. I'm just bringing this up. Technically, Blades in the Dark actually has 5 tiers of effect, because there's actually an extreme effect, and there's also zero. There's also no effect as well. Now, the difference is that the normal rules of the game don't get to extreme effect and no effect. You can get there because of, we have tangented from the tangent into another tangent. I just wanted to point out that this is why I love position and effect in Blades in the Dark. And now we're really more talking about Blades in the Dark. Because, for example, what if, so in Blades in the Dark, one of the ways that we determine effect, and it's a qualitative measurement, people. It's a qualitative measurement, although I would argue it could be quantitative, is we look at, in order to determine effect, okay, we look at scale, we look at potency, and we look at quality. So we evaluate all 3 of these things in order to determine how effective your action is as an effect. And so one of the things that we're looking at here is like potency. So potency is asking how potent is what you're doing against what, how potent is your action against the target that you're doing. So this is where we can think about, if we think of, normally we start at standard effect, but we have potency because we have a bludgeoning weapon, and that bludgeoning weapon is potent against skeletons. We can think of it as being a +1 increase in effect, and now we've moved from standard effect to great effect. But that's for our bludgeoning. But we could also imagine a world where we have a holy warhammer. And a holy warhammer, we might say that has so much potency, okay, that it has extreme effect. Okay? Because that potency is like we're applying it twice. So we've actually moved from standard effect twice up to extreme effect. Now, again, we're tangenting here for tangents of tangents. Now, we've been discussing a skeleton minion. Okay? So let's try something a little bit different. let's make it a skeleton regiment. Okay, and we're going to make it a, these are more like troops, not just some random minion. And let's make it a, does this thing have, can I just grab that here? Excellent, I can. All right, so we have a skeleton regiment, and it's a 6 clock. That's what we need to defeat it. Now, I want everybody in chat to participate. Okay, we have a skeleton regiment. It's got a 6 clock. You are a fighter. You pull out your warhammer. Okay, it's not magical, but it is well crafted. It's a dwarven warhammer made in the forges of Azad Karag, right? Made with dwarven steel. The wooden handle is made of iron root. And you are going to go engage this skeleton regiment. Okay, that's the action you're taking in the game. What is the effect of your attack? I'll wait for people in chat. Hey, Yidam. Rarely catch you live because of time zones, but I've been really enjoying going your content through various TTRPG systems. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for the support. It means a ton, and I really appreciate those overseas donations. It means a lot. I'd love to know what have been some of your favorite systems that you have seen through our content. And are you playing any of them, or are you just kind of absorbing everything here? Because that'd be cool either way, but it's always neat to know which one people are saying here. But thank you so much. I appreciate the support. It's how I'm able to do what I do. All right. All right. So now this is where the GM's bias and the scale of your game, or I should say the tone of your game, really come through as your GM putting their imprimatur onto their campaign. Because Woodland Fellowship says, I think it would be standard effect. Scale is the key limiting quality, or the key limiter, countered by the quality. So in this case, we have a bludgeoning weapon. But we've described it as being so we think we know bludgeoning weapons have good potency against undead. So we might say +1 to great effect. And we've just established that this is a very fine weapon. So you might say the quality of your weapon is insane, +1. So we're at extreme effect, 5, which is what Kaz suggested. But we're one person against an entire regiment of skeletons. So we need to consider scale. Scale can mean size difference. Scale can mean numbers difference. A huge dragon could have scale advantage. A mass unit of troops could have numbers advantage. But in particular here, scale feels like it matters more than either of these two. But by doing that, and so that's what he's talking about when he says it's the key limiter. So in this case, there are so many more skeletons than us that even though we have extreme effect, 5, as our baseline, we're actually going to take 2 penalty units of effect and end up maybe with just standard effect. Yes, we're going to go in there and we're going to be hacking and smashing and destroying. But there's a lot of skeletons. So the idea that we would take out 5 of the 6 clock ticks with 1 successful action feels a little bit inappropriate. But that is you setting the tone of your game. If you were playing Dynasty Warriors D&D in the dark, or anime, over the top running up swords, your GM might say, fuck yeah, extreme effect, go for it, 5. Or maybe they only tick you down 1 unit of effect and they say it's great effect and not just standard effect. Or maybe your GM is, maybe you're playing a very realistic, low fantasy game and it's like, I don't care how good of a fighter you are, if it's 1 versus 30 or 1 versus 40, okay, you're not going to have any effect really whatsoever, I'm going to say you have limited effect. So the GM sets the tone for how they translate the fiction of your game into mechanics. As long as you do that in a consistent way, and you do it in a way that supports your tone of your game, then you're doing a good job. Now, if one time you go in and fight the skeleton regiments and you're destroying all of them with a single thrust of your magical hammer, the next time you fight a regiment, the GM's like, oh, there's so many of them, you're helplessly outnumbered, they basically beat you to death. That's where you get into problems, right? Because now you're having tonal inconsistency. But yes, it's like, it's heroic versus gritty versus horror farmer picks up a warhammer. Exactly. So this is the basic idea. And in fact, one of the core ideas of Blades in the Dark might be that you're like, hey, you're just an ordinary, you're a rogue with a dagger going up against a skeleton regiment. I'm going to say you have no effect. Baseline. You have no effect. Yes, I mean, maybe you take out one skeleton, right? But on the grand scheme of things, it's not even enough to tick a clock, to tick a segment. And so, like I said, typically, standardly, these are the effects of the game, limited, standard, and great. But extreme does exist, and so does no effect. And in fact, a great way that you can GM Blades in the Dark a little bit more harshly is a player could suggest some completely asinine asshole idea that you think is stupid, and you could say, yeah, you can do that. The position is risky. The effect is none. Now, you might say, well, why would a player ever roll that? Well, it's because you can do things in the game to push your effect. You can do, if you roll a double sixes, you actually get a critical effect, which increases your effect by 1 level. And this represents the fact that it's still a role-playing game and your characters are still kind of badasses. And so that rogue with no effect could push for effect. They could spend stress, or they could trade position for effect. And then they could roll a critical hit and end up actually marking maybe 2 or even 3 clock segments, as long as they were willing to push the risk. Now, what a lot of problems is when people play Blades in the Dark, they don't realize that they have this much control over the game. And if you're not sure what I'm talking about here, we talked about position. We didn't talk about it, but we talked about position, right? So position can be desperate, risky, or controlled. So when you're in a controlled position, it means that even if you fail, the effect of the price for failing isn't that bad. If you're in a risky position, this is the standard position. If you fail, there will be consequences. Okay. And if you're in a desperate position, if you're in a desperate position, if you fail, the consequences could be very bad, catastrophic even. But what's important to note about desperate, risky, and controlled is they don't actually change your percent chance of succeeding. That is strictly determined by how many D6s you're rolling. Double D6 is 1 in 36. But remember, in Blades in the Dark, Vin, you might be rolling 3 or 4 or 5 dice if you have enough dots and have enough bonuses. So you could be rolling 3 or 4 dice or 5 dice. What's up, Tim? Good evening. No effect. Oh, you're making a joke on no FX? Yeah, that would be funny for a D&D themed parody punk band, which would go over the heads of 98% of people in the audience. So if I told you that you had a do we have shapes? There we go. If I told you that your current position was risky and that your effect I want to select that, and I want to copy that, and I want to paste that. There we go. If I told you that your current position was risky and that your effect was no effect, what you could do in Blades in the Dark is say, I'm going to trade position for effect. What that means is you can make your situation 1 unit of positioning worse, and make your effect 1 unit of positioning better. Now, as always, that is the mechanic, but we aren't playing Pathfinder 2 here. This is a fiction-first game, so you do have to describe how you achieve that. Now, there's a lot of different ways you could do this, but for example, you could imagine, let's say we don't have a rogue. Let's say we have a barbarian, and the only thing you have is a dagger. And the GM goes, or maybe you're a barbarian, and the only thing you have is your fists. And the GM goes, yeah, all right, your fists are bludgeoning weapons, but it is an entire regiment of skeletons. I gotta say, no effect. Now, right again, I'm setting a tone. You might have had a cringe inside of you. You say, come on, dude, it's a barbarian. Going in with his fists, that should at least be limited effect. Come on. You are setting the tone of your game. I'm curious now. We'll do. God, we are the worst. We are actually really. We might be the worst. We might be the worst people ever. In that we. Oh, what happened? Oh no. Did chat die? Let me know what's happening, chat. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, tone as in difficulty level. Yeah, all right, there we go. So no, I just thought the chat got lost, but it's still picking you guys up, so that's fine. Because it was doing that before once, but I thought I fixed it, and then I thought it didn't fix, but it was working. It just turned out nobody was talking. So I was going to do a poll. I got distracted by my own distraction. So I wanted to do a poll, and I wanted to say, okay, if a barbarian in your game, okay, so if a barbarian is going in to a unit of armored skeletal warriors with just their fists, what effect are you giving them? None, limited, standard. Now remember, this is entire. I'll put great just because some of you are psychopaths, but I'm don't actually pick those. But I'm just putting them there for completeness sake. But we are on our 6th tier of tangent. All right, so there we go. Remember, you can vote with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 in chat. Barbarian is going in to a unit of armored skeletal warriors with just their fists. What effect level, as the GM in your campaign? Right, you're setting a tone. Maybe this is the first time this has happened. Maybe it's the 50th time it's happened. Okay, what level of effect are you guys putting in? I'm just curious. I'm curious what the chat says here. I'm seeing a lot of 2s. You know what? I applaud you guys. Now remember, the way we judge effect is we look at the scale, we look at the potency, and we look at the quality. Well, effect is completely independent of position, GM Scott. Right? We are completely independent of risky. So completely ignore that. The position doesn't matter. This is just. So Dan says. So Kaz says 5. Rushing a skeleton regiment with just your fists is aura farming. Now, that's a great example, Steam Driven. If your barbarian is raging, you might say, that might be a factor towards potency or quality. But, well, correct. But we haven't. This is just our baseline, GM Scott. We haven't established, right? If they're going to push for effect or anything like that. But I'm seeing that we're getting a lot of. Now, granted, GM Scott, you are correct that you are making those kind of decisions as the players discuss and talk about those things all the time. But, most of the time, if we assume something is in that situation, the player is, kind of just having to go with that. And also 2 platinums. I think it's fine to leave some room for some additional agency. All right, so we got 7 votes for 2 limited. So we have limited effect. Now, how dangerous is it to go toe-to-toe with a bunch of skeletons? Well, I doubt it's controlled, but it's probably at least risky. Now, again, you might say that's a desperate position, but at the same time, you're a warrior, you're a barbarian, you've been in battle before. So this might be our baseline: risky, limited effect. Remember, this risky is the standard default. So now the player might say, I really want to do a lot of damage here, and the GM says, okay. Well, you could trade position for effect, and the player says, what does that mean? He says, you make your position more desperate, but you do more damage. You do more effect. And what does that mean? Well, it means that if you fail, the consequences are worse. So the player says, okay, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a flying mosh pit stage dive right into the middle of the skeletal regiment. Arms spread out wide. I am just going to topple the front rank, go head over, just full out into the middle of the regiment. And I'm just going to start grabbing skeletons, smashing them together, grabbing their shields, ripping them apart. But I am literally going to be completely surrounded. And I think we can all agree that that is definitely a desperate position and definitely something that would give you better effect. So that is an example where yes. There's the dagger explain. There's the Lord of the Rings explain. There's the Blades in the Dark explain. When Aragorn tosses Gimli into the middle of the Uruks on the causeway at the Hornburg, right? So now we have a desperate standard effect. And by the way, this is why Blades in the Dark is a heroic game at its core. Scoundrels can get hurt really badly. But the beautiful thing about Blades in the Dark is in this situation, if our player manages to roll a 6, which means you get full success, no consequence, they don't suffer anything for being in this desperate position. Now, if they roll less than a 6, if they roll a 5 or a 4 or a 3 or a 2 or a 1, they're going to be in deep trouble. Trade position effect. Well, what does that even mean? Well, it means you get XP because it's a desperate roll. That's true. You also get an XP for this because the game says it's a desperate roll. Okay, so now we have standard effect. Okay. Now, remember, we started at limited. So now we've traded position for effect. Well, Blades in the Dark, also being a heroic game and having a meta currency sort of, allows you to also push. Now, when you push, you can push for effect. You can also push to get more dice in your roll. When you push for effect, it means your character takes stress, and in exchange, you increase your effective level. So in this case, we might represent this as our character doing a kind of rage, pushing themselves to their absolute limit, right? Marking stress. Maybe the stress represents us just kind of getting battered and, not maybe stabbed or killed, but just getting shooken about, battered. We're not putting any consideration for our health or our well-being. Maybe we're even a little terrified, but we are now, to be clear, it's a mechanical effect. You can spend 2 stress to increase your effect level. But again, the idea is that the mechanics inform the fiction informs the mechanic. So now we've traded risky to desperate to move from limited to standard. We've spent 2 points of stress to move from standard to great effect. And now we roll our dice. And let's say we're rolling the brawling action, right? I can't remember what it's called. Not brawl. It's called, in Blades in the Dark, what's the fighting action? Someone will remind me. Anyways, fisticuffs. No, it's not called fisticuffs. But anyways, we roll that action, and we get 2 6s. Now, if you get a 6, you get full success, no consequences. But if you get 2 6s, you get basically a critical effect. And one of the effects of critical effect is that your effect goes up 1 tier higher. So if our barbarian, who started with limited effect, traded position for effect, pushed themselves to their utmost limit, and then rolled hot fire, that one barbarian in our realistic low fantasy game where we were only doing limited effect because we're just a barbarian with our fists punching an entire regiment of skeletons, we could, in theory, mark 5 of the 6 clock segments in just 1 action. So that's why I said like the Blades in the Dark is a weird game because like you can really do a lot. Now, if things don't go your way, you might end up, bleeding out in the gutter. But you're capable of these really high highs and these really low lows in the game, which I think is really cool. So, anyways, that was an entire tangent about scale and effect and potency in Blades of the Dark and why I love it so much. I just love it so much because it's so useful and so empowering as a GM and a player. Because the cool thing about it is mechanically, you're getting bonuses and changing your damage, but all of this ties back to the fiction. And that's what makes it so cool. It makes it so useful. Anyways. So, here was my idea. That's cool and all, but there's not a lot, there's some game there. There's a little bit of a game there, but here's my idea. What if, and then of course, I was like, oh, maybe I had an idea that's not terrible. And then I realized the terribleness of my idea. Now, Vin, the self-confessed cynic, realized the terribleness of my idea immediately, but that's because he's used to shitting on me, and he's been honing that practice for many years. I'm curious to see if you guys can do it as well. So my idea was taking inspiration from Burning Wheel and Oathhammer. What if limited effect was white dice? Standard effect was red dice. And great effect was black dice. Now, for various reasons, but let's just pretend that we also changed these things. So, when you roll a white die, you're going to do 1 unit of effect. That could be damage. That could be progress towards an objective. Right? If you roll a red die, you get standard effect. If you roll a black die, you get great effect. So the color of our die is the effect level. And here's where the difference is from Oathhammer. Now, remember, Oathhammer and Burning Wheel, the color of the die determined your percent chance of succeeding. I'm suggesting the color of your die actually determines how effective your action is. But here's where the game gets a little bit different. We use other polyhedrals besides the D6. So you might have a white D10, you might have a red D8, and you might have a black D6. And in more keeping with traditional games, the GM might say that this creature, this ogre bodyguard, okay, this ogre bodyguard has I'm just making these words up, of 6. Which means that's the DC. Which means you need to roll a 6 or higher in order to use your die to affect the ogre bodyguard. So what that means is that a white die, now we rolled kind of badly here, but that means that a white die is much more likely to roll a 6 or higher. 6 is pretty high. Because the die size determines how effective your die is, Marksum. So, for example, all of these miss. So let's not pick an ogre bodyguard. Let's just pick an orc warrior. And I'm literally making these values up. None of these mean anything. Okay. So if the orc warrior has a defense threshold of 4, we need to roll a 4 or higher on the dice. Now, here's the thing. The black die, it does 5 ticks of damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It almost takes the orc out in a single roll. But you need to roll a 5 or a 4, 5, or a 6 on a d6. The white d10, okay, you need to roll a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, 8, or 9, or 10. You're much more likely to succeed with the white d10. But it only does a point of damage. It only does 1 point of damage. But the difference is there are different types. Like, for example, maybe you're a barbarian and your character rages. And when you rage, you get black d8s. Or maybe you get a black d10. And this fucking thing doesn't have d12s, but maybe you get a black d12. So that is the better die, obviously. But there's also a question of it being a dice pool system. Okay? So let me sort of give you another example. All right? Let's say we have our orc warrior. Correct. Well, GM Scott, don't think of it as D10. Don't think of it as D8. Don't think of it as D6. Think of it as black, right? Because you could have a black D8, right? You could have a white D6. That would be a shitty die indeed, right? So you could have any polyhedral. Now, I would probably not use the D20. It's a little Genesis-y. It's a little, which is Warhammer 3rd Edition, Dr. Waits. It's a little Genesis-y, correct. A little bit. Not 100%, but there's an element of it, Dr. Waits. Yes. Great question. Yes, the shade determines the effect score. The die size increases the likelihood of hitting the TN. That's correct, Shinobi. So the way I think about it, GM Scott, is if the color of the die is the effect, okay, then the size of the die, D8, D6, D10, D12, is kind of like position. But there's another element to this too, which is your the number of dice that you rolled. Okay, so just bear with me on this one. Okay, like we might have, and this is I'm starting to get into my vision of the game. Okay, by the way, so we could have 3 orc warriors on the board. And the orc warrior has a defensive threshold of 4, right? We've established that, right? And I'm gonna make this look a little bit cleaner for effectiveness space, okay? So we have 3 orc warriors on the board. And you know, this one has taken a bunch of damage. This one's a little hurt. And this one is also a little bit hurt. Okay? You might imagine that a barbarian rolls a black D10. Nice roll, by the way. For their turn. And they roll the die at the beginning of their turn. And then they choose where to spend it. Now, we know that a black D10 does 5 points of damage. So the black D10 could be put here. In fact, I'm going to change this, actually, to make this a little bit more interesting. Okay? Orc Shaman. Okay. So now we have an Orc Shaman, we have an Orc Warrior, and we have 2 Orc Warriors. Now, the Barbarian's black D10, which rolled a 10, remember the defense value, I deleted that. The defense value of the Orc Shaman is 3, and the defense value of the Orc Warriors is 4. So you can only put a die on the Shaman if it's 3 or higher. You can only put a die on the Orc Warrior if it's 4 or higher. Now, this is going to do 5 points of damage, which is enough to kill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's enough to kill this Orc Warrior straight out. right? Because this Orc Warrior only has 5 more points of hit health. Now, this Orc Warrior has 6, so it wouldn't kill him outright. Now, obviously, it would also kill this Orc Shaman, because the Orc Shaman only has 2 units of damage left. But you're doing 5 points of damage. Do you really want to waste? You really want to waste the 5 points of damage on this Orc Shaman who only has 2 units of health left? Or do you want to get the most bang for your buck and put it on this Orc Warrior and put the Orc Warrior from 5 hit points to 0? But on the other hand, maybe the Orc Warrior isn't as important of a threat as the Shaman. Now that's our Barbarian. Imagine that we have, I don't know, like a dual wielding rogue, okay? And they roll 4d6 white. See? So now they obviously rolled really well here because these d6s are insane rolls. But the white, the rogue could go, okay, I'm going to put a 3 here, a 3 here, and then I'm going to take this one. I'm going to put 1 here so that this creature's down to 5, and I'm going to put 1 here so that this creature's down to 4. And that'll be enough to actually, you know what? I'm going to put both of them on this one because this will lower that creature to 4, which means that you'll be able to kill it with, you know what I mean? Like, so you assign the dice after you've rolled them. But like a rogue with like dual wielding might be making a bunch of, little attacks. Does that make sense? To a certain extent, right? Now, so that's one option. Okay. Now, someone else made another option. So, but then you start getting into this is where it becomes very, I hate to say it, but very gamist. Now, I think I saw somebody, so Cal said this, right? Which is like the warriors protecting the shaman could redirect. So that's not exactly what I was thinking of. But again, this is where it gets a little gamey. I will freely admit that, but this is just where my brain is at because this is how I think about games these days. Okay. So I'm going to change one of these so I'm going to change, just imagine, okay, that, the Orc Warriors each have not just a random 3. The Orc. So this is no longer an Orc Warrior. This is now an Orc Bodyguard. Okay, and imagine that the Orc Bodyguard, the Orc Shaman, is their defender. You cannot put dice onto the Orc Shaman until you put a die into this box. And maybe that box doesn't actually do damage to the bodyguard. It just sort of represents you spending your effort to get by the bodyguard to get to the shaman. Okay? But you're not actually doing damage to the bodyguard. You could also, by the way, you could have something that you can't put white dice into that, or you can't put black dice into it. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm literally just spitballing ideas. When you said that, I had the similar thought, but it was in this respect. Now, you could also have something like, there's some elements of Cortex Prime as well. I don't want to say the difference is in the approach to the way that you are assembling it, because here's where things get really crazy, folks. Now, I've seen I do want to answer a lot of questions I'm seeing here, but so here's my crazy idea. This is my real ultimate ninja power. Here's how I'm envisioning this. You ready for this? You ready for this? I'm envisioning that all the players take their turn simultaneously. That is like what I actually want this to be. And more importantly, this system isn't just a combat system. It's a conflict system. So you could use this for anything. This could be a social encounter. This could be a tea ceremony. This could be a treacherous journey through a woods. This could be a ferocious melee. But the idea is that when it becomes the player's turn, the first thing is all the players will build their dice pool, roll their dice pool, And then as a group, you might even as a GM set a time limit if you really want to like push them and don't want them to just, analysis paralysis to the end of time, which is they would work together to assign and assemble their dice as they place them into them. Now, to be clear, this is no different than D&D. This is no different than Pathfinder 2nd Edition. How much fantasy and how much flavor you put into the mechanics is entirely up to you. You could play this and have no flavor whatsoever. Or you could, say, I'm going to put the die, as you put the die down and you say, yeah, I'm going to hack through, I'm going to shoulder rush the bodyguard. I'm going to shoulder rush the bodyguard as I'm going to shoulder rush the bodyguard as I get past him to put a die onto the orc shaman. Or you could be like, don't worry, guys. I gotta throw away white die, and I'll put a 5 on the orc shaman and take him out. You could just do it very gamey, or you could do it very narratively, the same way that you could play Pathfinder or D&D and be like, all right, guys, I'm gonna stride 3 squares, and okay, I got a flank +2, so yep, strike. All right, 27 damage, and he's knocked prone. Fort save. That could be your turn. In fact, many of you who played D&D or Pathfinder 2 have probably had a shitload of turns just like that. They're just as dead inside as anything else. Or you could have a Pathfinder 2 game where you're like, I look left, I look right, and I'm seeing an opening in the battle. I stride across, breaking through the 2 orcs, and I make my way over to the orc shaman. I dive to the side, my shoulder pauldron skidding across the mud as I flip up into a flank position. The orc shaman's attention, turn left and right. I use his momentary distraction to bring my sword down in a low arc, crashing it across his unshielded side. Roll the d20, roll a 2. Shit, I miss. All right, but that. Anyways, but it also solves the problem. It also works that you're rolling your dice at the start of the turn, which means you can only do everything. You only have to do, you're not going to fuck up, right? Like you're never going to be like, if you don't have the dice, then you don't get to do it. If you have the dice to do it, then you can do it. And you actually know what you're doing as you do it, if that makes any sort of sense. But the main thing that I was kind of like, maybe this would work, is I'm envisioning a world where, again, the players all sort of do this simultaneously. Okay. And again, there might be other resources, but like you could imagine that, like, for example, let's say you have like a mid-range fighter, and they roll a D6, a white D6, a white D8, a red D6, and a red D8. And let's say that these red dice were pretty bad, and like the turn starts, you roll your red D6 and you're like, well, in this case, for our example, by the way, this is really good because these orcs have a defensive value of 4. So that would actually be a good roll, and we wouldn't want to do anything about that. But we're really hoping for our warrior to take out, we're really hoping for our fighter to take these out. So he rolled a 1, a 4, a 4, and a 5. So he can only put 1 die onto the bodyguards. But you might have like a cleric or like a mage or maybe like a martial character who, says, I'm going to use 2 of my resource points, or cast a spell, and it'll let you re-roll all of your red dice. And you're like, sick. And you're like, because these dice aren't really doing shit for me. So you pick them up and you re-roll them. And I randomly pulled out a D whatever somehow. And then, of course, there we go. We rolled, the 1 was a 4, it became a 3, whatever. It still hits the orc shaman. But now we've rolled a 5. And you're like, sweet, awesome. Okay, so I'm going to put, I put 5 here, that's 3 damage, and I can put a 5 here, that's 1 damage. Does anybody else have a white 5? White 5, can we put it there? And you, again, describe it. And you're like, cool, I'll put my 1 and throw away 1 because I don't even care about it. I just need to fill the square up. And then I put this in here, and I can do 3 points of damage to Orc Shaman and take him out, right? So, but the idea is that we're all doing this kind of simultaneously. You must be like hot talking shit, GM Scott. I don't know if I don't think I'm getting anything. I don't know. Maybe there's like a moderator thing that I'm missing. There, I made you a moderator. GM Scott, maybe that'll fix it. Yes. Anybody have two? I need 2 wheat. I need 2 wheat. Anyone 2 wheat? 2 wheat, 2 wheat, 2 wheat. But Tim, that energy level of Pit is kind of in some ways kind of what I would also kind of want to go for in that in weirdly. Bing. Yes, deluxe Pit Shinobi with Bell. That's the key. Deluxe Pit with Bell. Now, it's a great question, Woodland Fellowship. It's a great question. So I have a bunch of different ideas that that I would expect to use. But one of the ideas that I have is that the GM doesn't necessarily get a turn. It may be more like every turn that the orcs are on the battlefield, after the players take their turn, that if a threat, it's kind of like, what game is that? Is it a board game? It's basically like the idea of like, at the end of the turn, if the threat is still on the battlefield or the situation, it does some effect, right? Does that make sense? So like, if the orc bodyguard is still on the table during the end of the turn, it might do 2 damage. Okay? And again, there's some other ideas I have to this, but the idea is that the dice pool system would work both ways, and that you would use your dice potentially to also sort of have like a defensive element. So, right, like you could maybe save some dice, or there might be some like reaction dice or armor dice. Again, nothing about this has been vetted, right? We're just kind of playing around with the idea of it. But like, there's some sort of idea I have of like, the players are always making the decision, if that makes any kind of sense. But traditionally, I would not want like the GM to be doing this against the players.
Been a passive viewer too long. Love all the game mechanics talk.
We have a tip from Zawyvern. Been a passive viewer for too long. Love all the game mechanics talk. Well, I appreciate the $5. Every little bit helps. You're already in the top 1% of people who support this channel by just giving me $5, and that means a shitload to me. I appreciate you doing this for sure. And that means a lot. Yeah. Steam driven. We didn't get into it, but yes, you might have, like, for example, Steam driven. You might have something on your character sheet or like an ability where you need to like charge up dice. Okay. And if you're like, you can like spend those dice on your sheet and then they stay sort of quote unquote locked in, right? In that regard. If that makes any sense. Right. But ooze, you are correct. And I would like to avoid that ooze. However, ooze, imagine if there was everyone's taking their turn simultaneously. The amount of speed gain that you would gain from that, I think, is so drastic that it dwarfs anything else. And yes, there's also a little bit here. You're right, like the Avatar Legend Exchange, where you can take your actions to a block and defend. You know, right. So that's the other idea, Kusa Carrot, which is the idea that you have. You know, that there's like you have to defend this damage. And if nobody puts a dice into this box, I'm looking for the box. I can never find the box. For some odd reason, the fact that this weird thing, okay, R, that's what I need is R. Nope, that didn't do it. R. There we go. So like there might be a box here. In fact, there might be, well, what this thing chooses to copy and paste is crazy. So like imagine if it looked like, all right, I'm going to say this officially, Miro sucks. For people who use Miro, what is wrong with you? Get Excalidraw. Holy crap, this fucking thing sucks. All right. So like the Orc Bodyguard could look like this. And absolutely, Shinobi. There's none about this. Nothing about this is original. Nothing about. In fact, if anything, Shinobi, I want people to be like, "Oh, this reminds me of this game." And so, like the Orc Bodyguard, right? Like, so Aaron, number one, I want it to feel chaotic. Number two, I'm not even kidding you. Now, again, remember, everybody plays differently, but I would absolutely probably have a 3-minute a 3-minute sand timer, and I would start it whenever I would be like, okay, guys, you ready to start your turn? I'd flip it and everyone roll their dice. And whatever dice you don't place when the timer runs out, they're stuck on your board. If you didn't place them, you didn't place them. If you didn't use your ability, you didn't use your ability. I want it to feel chaotic and hectic. I want it to feel, and again, if you've ever played Pit, for those of you who don't know, Pit, so Tim referenced Pit, and I didn't even realize it, but Pit is almost exactly what I'm imagining. So Pit is a card game that is, you are basically playing Go Fish, but no one takes a turn. Okay? It's all simultaneous. So it's simultaneous, no turns. You just go as fast as you can, Go Fish. And you're trying to get all of a kind. So you're trying to get 8 corn or 8 wheat or 8 soybeans or 8 oranges, and you're trading with people, and there's no turns, there's no nothing. It is chaotic and it's messy. And then when someone has all of it, it's real time Go Fish. And then when you get it all, you go bing, and you hit the thing, you hit the bell. And that's why people talk about the bell, which is deluxe pit with bell. This is the gold standard right here. Deluxe pit with bell. If you don't have the bell, what are we even doing here? Get this game today. It's the most fun you'll ever have. But anyways, so yes, I'm actually deliberately, doing that from that perspective. Now, Aaron, I'm not trying to say that this is the one game, to rule them all at all. In fact, just the opposite, right? I think this is a very specific type of experience. Right, I've seen this mechanic has been used many times, but it's always just D6s. Now, Vin, the self-confessed cynic, did immediately point out the key critical issue with this. And then to be clear, a bunch of people said, I don't know about that. And the thing that people were like was, because I was like, well, the realization is that you would need, right, multiple sets of polyhedrals of different colors. Now, I will admit that in a perfect world, in an absolute perfect world, right, you would just have a big pile of black dice, white dice, and red dice. But people do tend to have their own individual dice. As long as you can distinguish them, that's fine. I wonder what Oathhammer talks about this. Right. Well, there's never any total though. You're never adding the dice together, ever, as far as I can tell. Oh, okay. Yeah. By the way, there's also there's some board games that there's like Alien Frontier, which uses sort of a Yahtzee problem. Dice Throne, if you've ever played Dice Throne, which again you're again rolling these special dice. They're customized dice that are unique to each character. And again, I would love to do that. But I was trying to avoid bespoke dice because I was told that is a non-starter. Besides, what are you talking about, Aaron? This is the perfect excuse to sell infinite dice, sir. Infinite dice. But yeah. Again, Vin was Vin was saying that it could be an issue. You can see him here. He's complaining that you need multiple sets. Now, I don't personally, I seem to feel like Dice Goblins are the way to go, Woodland Fellowship. And yes, Alien Frontier is great fun. Now, GM Scott, is it the deepest game of all time? Absolutely not. Of course. No. No. So you said, don't you get the total effect from all the dice you roll, ignoring what number they roll? No. I mean, this is always 5, and this is always 1, and this is always 3. So like, I guess, yes, like you would, you do have to do some like math, like, oh, I can only put dice that are a 5. Like if this was my roll, I could only put this die, which is an 8, onto the Orc Bodyguard or the Orc Warrior, because that is a 5 or higher. So I could put that here, or I could put that here. Now, I could then, using the language, by the way, this is an actual mechanic. We were just making this up. I could put like the 1 here, and now that unlocks the Shaman. And now I could put this 3 on the Shaman, right? And we never decided how you absorb damage, but we were just kind of speculating here. But now and then you will be like, okay, that's going to do 5 points of damage, and all right. Well, obviously, I think I have 7. I think I have more than 7 sets of dice on this streaming table. And I'm not even playing games here. There is definitely an element, Shinobi, of roll and keep. And you know I love Legend of the Five Rings, and even the original roll and keep. From like the original L5R, which was still cool. But, Now, granted, does physical position matter at all? Now, that I don't know, Aaron. That's a great question. Because, again, I've been playing a lot of games like Fabula Ultima, which technically don't have positioning. In fact, in Fabula Ultima, to the horror of everyone, okay, and if you don't know this, now I'm explaining this. In Fabula Ultima, the rule of the game is the GM, in fact, the game says this game will break. It will not work if the GM just picks who the monster attacks. Target selection in Fabula Ultima is random. Now, so Aaron hates this about FU, whereas my players have come to love it because the game then gives you mechanics that let you manipulate this. But this is also where the tunnels and trolls thing I was talking about before, exactly, Calderiac, right? That's exactly right. John says Citizen Sleeper, a game I'm not familiar with. I'm assuming it's a video game, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's a board game. I don't know. I don't know it. Rolled everything first, and then you choose what tasks and when to spend them. And when there was huge fiction in the game, it was also very, very good. So GM Scott says, I still think an elite bodyguard might need a red or a black die to get. Yeah. So right. This is a white box. Okay, GM Scott. But what if it was a what if it was a red box? Right? What if you had to put a red die there in order to access the shaman? Right? Or, as you were alluding to, right, what if it was a black box? I guess that doesn't really... There we go. And so, you know, it gives you a cool throwaway spot, right? Because I mean, one of the things that I want to be aware of is I want to avoid like the null turn as much as I can. And I think that there's ways to do that, but like you could theoretically, you know, roll your dice and then be like, I can't place any of them. Now, and it's funny that I'm thinking about that as a problem because we have RPG turns all the time where we just accomplish nothing, you know? You're like, oh, I move, I attack, oh, I missed. All right, I attack again with a penalty, and I miss again, and that was my turn, and I'm done. But I'm interested in this. And again, what I'm also interested about this is for two reasons. One, because you could do this very intricate conflict system, or you could just treat this like you could still just treat this as a Blades in the Dark roll. Right? Where if you're not in a conflict with a capital C, right, and you don't have this sort of game where you're assigning things, if you wanted to take a default action, the GM could just say, oh, now remember, the difference is, and some people have a problem with this, in Blades in the Dark, position affects your chance of, position doesn't affect your chance of outcome. Nothing affects your chance of outcome. There is no concept of something being harder in Blades in the Dark. And while I am used to that, and I am okay with that, I will freely and fully admit that it is a weird problem for a lot of people who play RPGs. There is no idea of a higher DC. There is no idea of a lower DC. So what this game theoretically allows us to give us is a DC. So a player outside of this fully mechanical conflict system, a player might say, hey, Derek, I'm going to go do this thing. And I go, yeah, that sounds like a really good idea. You're going to roll, black dice because you have good effect. And your position is D8. And the DC is 4. Or the DC is 5. Or the DC is 6. Or the DC is 7. But you could also do a situation where you could say, so in this case, position is a little bit more abstracted from Blades in the Dark, where, number one, it could be narrative. Number two, it could be similar to like a game like, Savage Worlds or, not Savage Worlds, Fabula Ultima or something like that, where you could just have a die size for a skill or for a stat. Well, the point is, what I was trying to make is that we are dealing with two axes with one die. The color of it determines how good it is, and the size of it determines how likely we are to succeed. So unlike Blades in the Dark, which admittedly position is a reflection not of your percent chance, because percent chance never changes in Blades in the Dark. The GM can't say something is harder. They could say you're in a desperate position, which means that if you fail, the consequences are worse. But there is no lever to say, oh, that's a hard idea. So for example, you might say, oh, that's a really hard idea, or that's a really hard thing that you're trying to accomplish. The DC is 6. Now, the player might give you a really shitty, bad idea of how they're accomplishing that, and you give them a D6, which means they need to roll 6 on a D6. So it's possible, but not likely. On the other hand, now, again, this game doesn't give us D12s, but maybe you have a really good idea, and the GM awards you a D10. Well, now I need to get a 6 or higher on a D10, which is much better. Imagine if the GM gave us a D12. But maybe the GM says, all right, I think you have a cool idea. It's going to be a D10. But just like that character attacking a skeleton with a piercing weapon, you're only going to do limited effect. I'm only letting you roll a white die. Right? So that's why I say it's like Blades in the Dark, because we can reflect in the fiction 2 different concepts: how effective you are and also how likely you are to succeed, okay, with a single die or a small die pool. Now, to be clear, yeah, this would be a count success. Well, you're not really counting successes. You know, it's yes, it is a count success, Will. Now, to be clear, Aaron, I'm only suggesting this because I'm not, number one, I'm not trying to convince everybody that that's a great idea. But one of the things I'm trying to convince, or one of the things I'm trying to solve is that, you know, Blades in the Dark, every action is the same. There is no conflict system. There is no journey system. There is no council system. There is no negotiation system. It's just, there's just the roles. But what I've discovered from TTRPGs is people do like having a more nuanced tactical mode for their game. For example, in the One Ring, you have 3 different modes for putting more focus and more mechanical attention on journeys, councils, and combats. In Legend of the Five Rings, you have 4. You have duels, skirmishes, mass combats, and intrigues. Now, you don't have to use the combat system to resolve every combat. I should also point out that one of the things that, and I think this actually really helped Darth Gorlock, is I was pointing out that in Blades in the Dark, technically, everything is like a 2 clock. Like a lot of times you basically, you know, there's this idea of like, oh, you should only use clocks some of the times. Well, sort of. There is this idea that any action in Blades in the Dark that we normally think of as being a single action is actually a 2 clock. I mean, you could make it a 3 clock or a 4 clock, but then it's just like more like a traditional clock. But even if you think about like an absolute bog standard action that you normally would make, and then, you know, you're not putting down a clock. But a way to think of it virtually is that it is a 2 clock. Because Darth Gorlock and I have gone way back and forth many, many times on what it means to have limited effect. And is that, you know, being shady? What is success but not it? And I said, well, if you think of every single thing as being a 2 clock, then it starts to make a lot more sense. So one of the things that you could think of is you don't literally have to throw down one of these clocks for every single thing. But if it's a standard, discrete, simple idea, then you might be able to think of it, relatively speaking, as like, you know, a 4 clock or like a 3 clock or a 2 clock. The other thing that this system allows us to do in the conflict system, where we're assigning dice, is it gives us the idea of characters who might make more actions, but those actions are less powerful, versus characters who have less. There's less flexibility amongst their dice, but their dice hit a lot harder and they're a lot more effective. And this is kind of inspired by Hackmaster, because in Hackmaster, unlike most games which use a round-based initiative, Hackmaster uses essentially a real-time reflection of combat. And so weapons have different speed factors. And what that means, virtually, is that in Hackmaster, something like a dagger might attack every 3 rounds. A big greatsword might attack every 9 rounds. So by the time you've made your second greatsword swing, the person with the dagger has attacked 5 or 6 times, because it's a much faster, quicker weapon. Now, I understand that in real life, greatswords aren't nearly as slow as they're portrayed in video games, and that no one would ever use a weapon that's that unwieldy. And okay, this isn't HEMA, you know, this is this is a role-playing game. So what we're referencing here is the internal resonance and consistency of what we know to be true. I'm not trying to simulate medieval European combat. But point is that in Hackmaster, you can kind of quote unquote get away with that. And so one of the things that I like about this idea is you might have a different scene, a conflict scene, a social conflict scene, where these, instead of being orc shamans and orc bodyguards and orc warriors, they could be the royal vizier, the imperial war master, the prince, the prince, you know, the queen, and maybe a character who is better at that kind of scene might be rolling more dice and better colored dice and better sized dice versus a character who still gets to roll dice, but they don't get as much flexibility. You know, they can't put their dice everywhere on the board. Your character can literally have a bigger impact by having more dice available to them, if that makes some sense. Like, I mean, fundamentally, I think that this is a reasonable question. You know, and you might have a mathematical answer to this. I'm not suggesting that you wouldn't. Oh, I rolled the wrong dice. Would you rather have, you know, would you rather have, you know, 3d10, 2d8, or 1d6? We'll make it easier. 4d10 or 2d8, or, you know, again, there's ways to sort of mathematicalize this, of course, I'm just saying, but it also speaks to like your style of a character. Like if the DL is really low, I'd probably want to have the black die. Right. And that's why I say mathematically, there's a way to sort of math this out, because this could potentially do 6. So yes, in this instance, the D8 is the best. But right, that's the cool part. It depends on the situation. You know, that's the cool part. But yeah, or yeah, like that's a better example too. Like what if it's a black D8, but it's 2 red D6s? You know, which would you, you know, which of these, you know, which of these pools would you take against these orcs? You know, which have a threshold value of 5. I don't know. Maybe, you know, it depends. And we haven't even got into it, of course, but obviously, depending on how complex you want the game to be, right? You could imagine something like, just like, and this is why, by the way, this is just like a Chappelle Show comedy skit. This is why we spent so much time talking about position and effect. You could imagine a world where a character turns a turns a white D10, and they turn it into a red D8. So what is that? Okay, what is that? That's power attack. That's reckless assault. That's -4 to hit for +2 to damage. No, this is not abstracted. It's just as abstracted as power attack. It's just as abstracted as reckless assault. It's just as abstracted as take up -4 to attack to get +2 to damage, or whatever the fuck that one ability was from 3rd edition. It's no more it's no more abstracted than anything else. So there could be ways. So what is this? This is trading position for effect, just like in Blaze in the Dark. We are trading position for effect. Our position is getting worse. Our effect is getting better. And then after we trade position for our effect, we use some of our resources, maybe our rage pool, and we upgrade the red D8 to a black D8. So in this case, we used the tactics and the fiction to change our white D10 to a red D8. And then we used our stress or our rage pool or our fighter prowess or our flaming death ability or whatever. And we upgraded the red die to a black die before we rolled it. So what excites me as a player and a GM is the intersection and the interfaction of all these different, and by the way, all of these interactions I'm talking about are exactly the same interactions we were talking about with, you guessed it, game Blades in the Dark. I'm really surprised that any of this seems surprising, confusing, or new to the KLC crew. I may have played too many games. I don't know. Usley. I don't know if it would be. I don't know. I have no idea because it's not a game yet and hasn't been created and has no structure. But I played a lot of games and I kind of have an instinct for these type of things. And I don't know. I don't think it would. Now, I could imagine it could take a long time if you have one player who quarterbacks everybody, but wouldn't that be true even if you were playing D&D? Except you're just taking everybody's turn one at a time? Like, I guess what I'm saying is, how is this any different than everybody taking their turn one person at a time, and then they have to take like their 3 actions or their move, their actions, their attacks, their bonus action or their action. I don't know. I don't agree. I mean, I have no reason to agree. I have no reason. I have no proof of anything, but just my gamer instinct tells me I don't think it would be as slow as you think it would be. Do you not min-max other games? I mean, depending on how the game is structured, I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, I think part of the problem is people don't play board games, Jim Scott. So I agree with you. And that's the other thing. Everyone is going at the same time. So there is no downtime for you as a player. Right? So I don't know how that's a bad thing. I mean, I don't know. Like, how long is a combat round in your Pathfinder 2 game? Like 4 players, a GM with a couple of monsters. Yeah, it's interesting that people say that. This is what always interests me about this. And again, I'm not defending this, but it's really interesting to me that people say that, and then they look at a D&D game with a gridded miniatures on miniatures on a gridded board, and we're counting squares and we're rolling dice, and I'm like, how is that not the most board gamey thing of all time? I can't even think of something that is more board gamey. I mean, about the only thing that D&D doesn't do is at least doesn't make you move. It doesn't make you roll a dice to determine how many squares you can move, But like, yeah, like the idea that like D&D or Pathfinder 2 or whatever isn't a board game is crazy to me. I have a whole closet full of board games that are exactly that. In fact, D&D Combat was just a board game. It was called Chainmail. I mean, it was a war game. And to be honest with you, it hasn't really changed that much from 1974. So, anyways. Respect, ooze. Respect. I mean, I like my grid. I can't say I don't like my grid. I do like my grid. I'm in my anti-grid aura, or I'm in my anti-grid era right now, but yeah. Right now, for the most part. Oh. 100%. I also don't think it's a shame if a role-playing game is gamey. I mean, I'm going to mark a stress. I'm going to mark a hit point. I'm going to use my hope die. I'm going to use a hope point. I'm going to use 3 hope points to trigger my hope feature. Did that go over my damage threshold? It went over my severe threshold. I'm going to mark an armor slot to reduce it down from a severe damage to a major damage. Oh, I'll trigger my hope ability and I'll spend 2 hopes. So I did not. Denise said, don't worry. I have my prayer dice, a pool of prayer dice, which I pre-rolled and put on my character sheet. Is that not gamey? Sounds like it's pretty gamey. Right. Well, if you remember when I originally, I'm now pointing to all the gripes that you have with Taggerheart. See, turns out self-confessed cynic doesn't like to play games or role play. I don't know what he like. You know what? He just likes to play FromSoft games on a computer by himself. That's what he likes to do. That's the long and the short of it. Yeah. So RPGs that don't have any board game or miniature elements in them hold no interest for me or my group. Yeah. Yeah. Shinobi, yeah. I mean, this is definitely a game that is not going to. I mean, weirdly, I do think that this is fine for most people, but yeah. I mean, if your idea of a role playing, here's the thing: if your idea of a role playing game, you know, is this, okay, then no. But also, I don't think most people are playing these games. So, Ooze, are you like a hyper simulationist? Like, do you like I don't know, really, like, do you like Mithras, like RuneQuest, GURPS, well, something like that? I'm just curious. Typically, people who don't like meta resources are very hyper simulationists. And by the way, if you're really into role playing, you're also a hyper simulationist. Okay, that's fair. Aaron says, I like gamey games, but I don't care about tactics. Traveler's another good example of Wyvern. Yes. Very simulationist, yeah. You know, how many tons of fuel do you have? Okay, we don't have enough fuel to activate our J drive. So we're going to have to use our G drive to use our hydrogen collectors so that we can scam up enough, and then we'll go hex by hex in the, I don't even know how big the Traveler world map is these days. It's pretty, That's an interesting way. Now, that's interesting that you say that it's gamey but not tactical. Does that just mean it's, I'm sorry, M drive. I got it wrong. See, look at me. I'm just a noob. I'm just a scrub. Now it's interesting. So Aaron says, it's why I love Blades. It's quite gamey, but it's not tactical. Does that just mean you're not playing it tactically? Because you could. I mean, I think I showed at the beginning of this stream how you could play Blades in the Dark tactically. Oh, okay, there we go. So that's what I'm saying. It's tactical from a very certain point of view. I agree. I completely agree. Ooh says, probably the most fun I ever had. This is the person I was asking if they're hyper simulationists. It says, probably the most fun I ever had was with Mage the Ascension. Okay, so perfect. Yeah, Phoenix games. Makes sense. That is, Ooze, definitely not for you. This type of game is not the right. I would agree with you. Yes, if Mage the Ascension is the most fun you ever had, we understand each other. Yeah, that's great. Good point, Kusakaret. I'm not necessarily trying to find an audience. I just think it's an interesting. I just think it's an interesting idea. But I don't know. I mean, Tunnels and Trolls doesn't have a grid. It did all right, right? We kickstarted that, or we helped them kickstart that. How did that do? Final. Did $173,000. I'd be happy with that. It doesn't have a grid. Oh, I did bring it up. I was like, why are you bringing that up? Okay, you brought it up. Because, see, here's the problem. This is the problem with Knights of the Last Call. I apologize. Is we frequently reference stuff that was used in, like, it's like we have our own language, and like we'll then have conversations that only reference our other language. So we're talking about using Legend of the Five Rings clans as paradigms of game design. Real quick, though, let me ask your Germanans. What about Daggerheart products you were planning? Well, the problem, Germanan, is twofold. One, I think it's very presumptuous for me to design Daggerheart products when I haven't really played the game a lot. So I'm going to be kicking off a 6-session campaign here in the next week or two. That'll be my first time really playing something more than a one-shot for Daggerheart, which is great. And I'm going to get some more experience with it. So that's number one. Number two, I don't know where the Daggerheart, if I'm going to create a Daggerheart product, it's because I want to sell it and make some money. I don't know where the Daggerheart audience is. I feel very disconnected from the Daggerheart audience. I think the Daggerheart audience itself doesn't necessarily know where it's at personally. I'm curious to see how people respond to Hope and Fear and what becomes of that after this second Age of Umbra campaign. But I think part of the problem is that, that's where but also in terms of products, I think the only thing I ever talked about making was a complete remake of the game, which number one is kind of a presumptuous thing to do. And number two, a shitload of work that quite frankly, I don't know that anybody's actually asking for. It's mostly just because I guess I have an OCD element to my desire for the game. And the fact that it uses D12s and doesn't go to level 12 irritates me. But the real answer is I don't feel like I have enough experience with the game. So that, and again, the plan when we were originally talking about all that stuff was I was going to kick off a Daggerheart campaign and play it right here in my studio, which is right behind on the other side of this camera. We already have a whole table. We built a set here in my master bedroom, but then people got busy and had some family, I was going to say drama, but not family drama, family crises that came up, and we weren't able to get that Daggerheart game kicked off. And then, and I've talked about this before, but also, secretly, not so secretly, I was kind of like Darrington Press at last year's Gen Con was kind of like, yeah, we should sponsor you and you guys should do an actual play. And I was like, sick. That would be awesome. That would make everything better. That didn't happen. So then when I talked to them about it again at Gamma, they were like, oh, totally. We should definitely do that. Especially with Hope and Fear come out. It'd be really cool to get, we're working with people to get this. That did not happen. So that's also truth. We've been all over the place, Erica. But right now we're talking about some crazy, silly, dumb idea I had for a resolution mechanic in an RPG and why I like it. So using a throwback, how unicorn do you think this design is? Now, I am not the master of the unicorn, but I think the problem here, because you said it feels very Crane. The problem here is I don't think you've played any board games. Okay. Roll and rights, roll and place are hugely popular and pretty universal in board games right now. So let me show you an example of a game. A board game. Let me see if there's actually a good zoomed in version of it. And that seems pretty reasonable. Oh, nope, it's potato quality. Why do they? It's 2026. Nothing on the internet should be 300 by 300 pixels. There. Okay. This is crazy. There we go. Okay. So this is a game called Alien Frontiers, and each player has different colored dice. And at the start of your turn, you roll your dice, and you want to take these different actions on the board. So, like for example, if you want to use the shipyard, you have to put 2 dice down, and they have to be the same value. Okay. And there's your plastic domes. Yes, from Alien Frontiers. If you want to use the colony constructor, you have to put down 3 of a kind. Okay. If you want to put down like Alien or like this one, I think it's like you have to put down different colored dice. So you have to put down to use the colonist hub. You just have to put 3 dice of anything. So this is an important thing in roll and places. Is like it's good to have something where you can just throw away dice that don't actually get to do anything. That way, players still feel good that they got to roll their dice. Anyways, so this is a very, very common, very popular game, and there's many games out there like that. I just picked this one because we happened to be talking about it earlier. But this kind of design and this kind of placement is unbelievably, massively popular in board gaming. Another one that you may have heard of is called Castles of Burgundy. So again, 100% the same thing, but it's still basically an idea. Yeah, Favor of the Pharaoh. I mean, there's just a lot of different ideas for this. And again, the idea here is you roll dice, and then we see what, you know, where we're going to place it. Elder Sign, I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on and on. So this is an extremely common board game mechanic. It's just not really been used in RPGs. That's all. So you say it's Crane, and I think it's actually very Phoenix, or very Unicorn, because I do think it's very accessible, maybe just not to standard role-playing game players. But I don't know what that overlap looks like, you know? But anyways, there's a lot of these things. Wyvern, I know that there's been games that have come and gone. I don't know like exactly what's on right now, but yeah. So yeah, Cal's right. So Cal's got you again. You know, we have so many games that are coming and going, and you know, sometimes they're like 3 shots, sometimes they're full campaigns. Like sometimes there'll be a Daggerheart game. It's just, you know, a campaign, and they've been playing it for 5 or 6 or 7, you know, sessions, and they've got another 5 or 6 sessions, and you know, they're not taking new players. You know, I don't know. It's a great question, Aaron. I mean, places like Gen Con and Origins exist, right? And I mean, you know, board games are a big part of both of those. Board games and role-playing games are a big part of those. I don't know. But also, I think, you know, I say, you know, Stephen Glicker agrees with me, which is right. I mean, I say it, and then Stephen Glicker says, yes, Derek's right, which is RPGs are 5 years behind board games, and board games are 5 or 10 years behind video games. So, you know, I think that, I mean, what is D&D? Our role-playing games are just an evolution of war games, right? Like it was that people were playing war games, and they said, okay, but what if, you know, you could do that, Vin. You could do that. But also too, I stress this enough. The whole placing dice thing is specifically the whole placing dice thing is equivalent to D&D initiative, grid, minis, cover rules, difficult terrain, line of sight, line of effect, hit points, fatigue, stress, resources, spell slots, power points, bonus actions, druid wild shapes. You know what I mean? Like, if you looked at D&D and you just judged it by its crunchy combat thing, you would say that's a board game. You would 100% say that's a board game. Right? I like that idea because I do think people like to have that option, to have that kind of crunchy conflict resolution system. But at its full, taking a step back, the basic resolution system of this game is just position and effect from Blades in the Dark. The only difference is that it also lets you set a DC, which I've been told some people are really, one of the things that some people don't like about Blades in the Dark is that there is no way to set a DC. There's no way to say this is a harder thing. You are statistically less likely to achieve this outcome than you would be something else. By the way, PBTA works the same way. So we haven't even discussed it, but you could still have advantage and disadvantage in this game too. So you have this idea of a core mechanic where you're just rolling one die, or maybe a very limited pool, right? Of like 1 or 2 dice or 3 dice as like the core mechanic, right? But just like in D&D, you know, whatever. Germanic, can I send you a business idea about Daggerheart somehow? I mean, yes, but also I don't know that I'm in a position to I mean, if you're asking, like, are you saying, like, do you think this is a good idea? Like, is that what you're asking? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just, you could, I don't know. You could email me. You could message me on Discord. If you've already sent me a message, I apologize. I may have missed it. Oh, no, my camera just died. Which is weird because it's not actually plugged in. Sorry, it doesn't have a battery. It just has a battery pack. But I think this battery pack needs to be changed at some point. You know what? I don't even care. I'm not even going to change my camera because I'm going to be logging off here soon. No. So, in Blades in the Dark, you position and effect don't change your percent chance of succeeding or not. Again, it's not actually on battery. It's on a dummy battery. I think it just, I don't know. Maybe it overheated or something. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it should have, but it maybe did. I don't know. So. I have trouble seeing how this could be done fiction first, but I'm not used to this sort of mechanic, so maybe my imagination is limited here. Yeah, I mean, again, it all really comes down to how you choose to implement the design. You could implement it with a fiction first design, or you could implement it with a very mechanical design, right? Like a very mechanical way of designing it would be to say, you have athletics, and you're like, my athletics is a white D10, and then you're like, okay, and then I have bluff. My bluff is a red D8, and my, I don't know, my what's another skill? My craft is a, my craft is a black D10, right? So I mean, again, all right, I'm sorry. What? Again, Miro, terrible. There we go. So, like, you could just have that. And that's no different, by the way, than, like, so basically, but we're determining two things with this, right? We're determining position and effect, right? Diplomacy, yeah, that's another one. So we could do it very mechanically, just like any other RPG that ever existed, basically. But you could also, so in that way, it's like saying, so is D&D fiction first? No, because in D&D, right, your athletics check is +6. End of story. That's it. You roll, when you do athletics things, you roll +6. When you don't do athletics things, you don't roll +6, right? That's D&D. So the idea of position effect, though, might be that, like, the color or the die size, maybe you don't have quote unquote skills, right? Or you do it, you could literally do it just like Blades in the Dark, where you have athletics 2, and you have bluff 3, and you have craft 1. And that's how many dice you roll. And the GM says, you say, okay, you're like, I'm going to, I'm going to step to the edge, and I'm going to run and leap across the alley. And you're going to roll 2 dice because that's an athletics, but the color and the size of the dice is going to be determined by your position and effect, just like it would be in Blades in the Dark. So, now the difference is that in Blades in the Dark, again, there is no concept of a DC. In Blades in the Dark, jumping over a 5-foot gap between 2 buildings is quote unquote the same DC technically as a 20-foot gap. But because you're going to be rolling your 3d6, and if you get a 6, you succeeded fully without consequence. Now, of course, obviously the GM might say, okay, well, that scale is too high, so I'm going to reduce your effect to 0. And that's how it sort of virtually reflects the DC, but a lot of people run into that problems with that and start beating their head against the wall on that one. Yeah, Jermaine, just shoot me a Discord message. My DMs are open. I'm Derek _M. What? Fine. 10-foot gap, 11.5-foot gap. Osily. I mean, like whatever roll, whatever would be high enough for you to make a jump. I guess would be the perspective. Right. Correct. I mean, is that fiction first? Okay, I need to cross the river. Okay, I athletics it. Yes. But anyways, yes, Derek is in dark mode because for whatever reason, my camera decided to just turn off. And, all right, there we go. It just needed to be turned off and turned on again. Classic. Anyways, man. See, the problem is now talking to you all, like I'm all like hyped up and stuff like that. And now I'm like, damn, I do have to go to bed so I can wake up and run the one ring. I still have to make that thing. Yes, so one of the interesting things about Blades in the Dark, technically, is if the effect is 0, there's a difference, believe it or not, between the effect being none or 0 and the GM not allowing you to roll. Because if the effect is none, you know, then you have this other issue, you know. Because if the effect is none, you could push for effect, you could change position for effect, and you could actually get to limited effect, standard effect, you could even get to great effect. If the GM lets you roll, even if the effect starts at none, you're going to give it. So the GM shouldn't say the effect is none. The GM should just say no roll, no check, no action roll. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, I mean that's equivalent to somebody saying like, I love D&D, I love rolling a D20. The GM sets a DC. If I have a good idea, maybe I roll with advantage, maybe I roll with disadvantage, and I have my character sheet, which gives me a bonus to the D20 roll. And that's the core, basically, of D&D. And they're like, but I hate the whole combat thing with the miniatures and the tactics and the war game and the actions per turn and the initiative order and you go and I go and then they go and then we go and then we go. It takes 20 minutes to get to my turn again. And we're tracking hit points and damage and all this other shit. I hate all that. I mean, you know, in that respect, it's just different flavors. I think this is just a different flavor of that, I would say, in my opinion. It's a fiddly, crunchy, mechanical implementation. Now, I get it that there's some people who think that like D&D combat is somehow like, I don't know, realistic or simulationist. I've never felt that way, ever. In fact, almost everything about D&D combat makes me feel completely not immersed, not verisimilitude because of the turn-based initiative system. I've always hated that. As far as like a representation of reality, I think it's horrible. It's terrible. You know, some games have gotten a little okay, better. Like 13th Age has the intercept rule, and that actually helps me out a little bit. But yeah, it is. Oh, sorry about that. I crashed into the microphone. I don't give a damn about the simulation. All right. So you like things gamey and you don't care about the simulation, but you don't like things tactical. Aaron, there's a conversation to be had there. I don't know what it is. I mean, again, I'm not trying to actually sell you on this. I actually believe you. I'm not even sure I'm sold on this. I mean, I kind of am, but like, I just thought it was more interesting of an idea. And again, stuff like this is very, board gamey. But okay, I didn't get to this, but here's what also interests me about this game. Okay, you ready? Here's what interests me about this game. I know this is going to seem very weird, but there's kind of a fate fractal element to this. All right. So just bear with me. I'm gonna go to this so that I'll reveal it at one element at once. Okay. Okay. All right. I have completed my thing. Isn't this thrilling live streaming? See, this is what people, you get to miss this. They just edit this out. All right. So this is my idea of fractalization of this. Okay. I call this the whole dungeon at once. So part of the idea is a conflict in this system could be anything. And you could literally represent an entire dungeon as putting down a bunch of different clocks, just like we did with the combat, and having the players roll their dice, assign things happen, then the players do another round of rolling dice. It's just all clocks all the way up and down. But you could run the entire dungeon. So instead of having this be its own encounter, it's like, it's the fight with the kobolds, or it's you have to deal with the trap fairy or the arrow trap, or you don't have to, it's just like a dungeon. You could also have things where it's like, okay, the secret door is, linked to the red Draco Lich. So if you want to get to the red Draco Lich, you have to complete the secret door clock before you can start putting dice onto the Draco Lich clock. And things like that nature, right? See, look. See? Oh, it's a dice placement game? I love those, right? And so on and so forth. Clock is just a round progress bar, yeah. Absolutely, Zawervin. Yeah, absolutely. You could also have, right? Like clocks that, kind of unlock other clocks. Like, so for example, interesting. I don't know why that did that. There we go. So like, for example, you might have this Lost in the Dark clock, separately. Come on, Miro. Hold it together, Miro. You could have this Lost in the Dark clock separately. And then when you complete this clock, right, you like remove it and reveal the gelatinous cube, thing. So yeah, they're all linked together. It could be like stages for a boss fight. Yes. Well, okay. No. I'm just saying, just to be clear, do you also hate like hex crawls, procedural dungeon elements, take 20, any sort of montage system, a travel system? Again, do you literally play out everything in your D&D game in initiative order, foot by foot, step by step? I'm just curious. Maybe you do. You're a psychopath, so that is totally reasonable. Mostly, yes. Right. Whereas most people who are sane, right, really appreciate having, abstractions to their game elements so that we don't have to literally deal with every 6-second increment of our characters' lives. So we have things like downtime systems. We have things like travel systems. We have things like, etc., etc., etc. Also, I will freely admit that while I think this would be a lot of fun to play in person, as the leader, I suppose, of a online community of gamers who plays all of their games, except for once a year now, we play them online together. I also think that having a game that works particularly well online is somewhat of an advantage. And, I definitely think a game like this could definitely benefit from being played online as well. But yeah, all game mechanics are abstractions. Again, the idea that some people think that like D&D combat is a simulation is just completely laughable. Not only is it an abstraction, it's also a very gamist one at that. So, correct. The problem is that no game right now has the ability to sort of, you'd have to codex it, right? You'd have to like build your own thing because none of that exists. I mean, technically, I guess you could play it on Miro if they actually had a D12. But Aaron does like Clocks the Game, so there you go. Well, Clocks the Game is just victory point tracks, which PF2 has, 4th edition D&D had, Draw Steel has, and hit points are just a very discrete form of victory point tracks. That's all. So, I mean, hit points are just a victory point track. Is the monster dead or not? Hit points are, just an abstraction. Now, some people want there to be 252 segments to the clock, but, that more power to them, I guess. Okay, just to clarify, do I dislike hex crawls? Mostly. Do I dislike procedural dungeon elements? Yes. Do I dislike Take 20? Sometimes. Do I dislike montages? No. Okay, so we've established montages are okay. But anyways. And then you up it to the next level, right? Which is the whole campaign at once. So we got Adventure 1. We have Adventure 2. We have, a 5-year break. Hey, what did we do? We did one-shot campaign. We played an entire campaign in one shot. You have 2 wounds in the One Ring. If you get wounded, or if you take a wound, you become wounded. If you become wounded while wounded, then you roll to see if you're dead, or then you die, basically. So yes. Also, Derek, I need something subtle. Is it mechanic or mechanism? Can we do a poll? I mean, it's definitely a mechanic. I mean, that's my take on it, but sure, we can do a poll. Somehow I developed carpal tunnel or something in my left hand, like for the last 2 weeks since NightCon, right before NightCon. I'll just get periodically. I'll just get like my hand will go a little numb and I have to shake it out. I thought I was am I ragingly dying of diabetes? But no, my blood sugar's fine. And it's also literally just this one hand. So I don't know if I slept on a shoulder wrong and pinched a nerve, in which case it's been weeks. What was I doing? Oh, poll. All right. All right. For the people who are that, which is it? Is it a mechanic or is it a mechanism? I don't know. Let's take a look. Thanks. Game mechanics. In the context of video or tabletop game, this term describes the specific rules, features, and functions that dictate how the game is played. So there you go. That being said, the primary definition is a skilled tradesperson who uses tools to build, inspect, maintain, and repair machinery, especially engines. I mean, Marksum, you kind of just described Fiasco. I mean, to blow your mind even more, I mean, we were having a debate about this the other day. Vin was part of it. You know, there are role-playing games that don't even have dice. So, at all. At all. That's true. Dread does have a dice. Dread does not have dice. There is a variant of Dread, by the way, that you can play without a Dread Jenga tower, where you stack dice instead. You stack dice. It's pretty cool. All right, now we're going to Google mechanism. A system of interacting parts, processes, or devices that work together to produce a specific physical effect or achieve a particular goal. It can refer to both tangible machinery or a conceptual process. So there you go. And yet mechanic is winning. So it probably should be mechanism. No, I mean, it probably should be mechanism. No, I don't remember how it works. Oh, wow, I literally flipped open to the page. Isn't that crazy? So, what you do is you have 5 towers, 5 piles. When you are asked to, oh, this is what you do. When you are asked to pull, roll a die instead. This die can be any size or shape you would like as long as it has numbers on it. The number you roll determines which of the 5 columns you must stack the die on. If you roll higher than a 5, the choice is yours. So basically, if you roll a D4, I guess you're fucked. But you can roll any dice you want. And if you roll higher than a 5, or sorry, if you roll a 6 or higher, you can pick whatever stack you want. So if you roll a D8 or a D10 or a D12, you're going to more likely get a 6 or higher, which means you can put it into whatever tower you want. But then instead of putting on a nice, easy to stack D6, you're putting on, a D8 or a D10, which has, is obviously not as stable. Although the D12 is pretty stable. A D20 would be even more of an asshole. The D4 is a real asshole. Why is the Dread book so large? Is it a book of scenarios? It is not a book of scenarios. In fact, I don't know where they are, but I have somewhere. I have a bunch of books of scenario. So why is the Dread book so long? Chapter 1, to begin with. Chapter 2, the rules, briefly. Chapter 3, a question of character. Chapter 4, how to host a Dread game. Chapter 5, how to create a Dread game. Chapter 6, the suspenseful game. Chapter 7, the supernatural game. Chapter 8, the mad game. Chapter 9, the moral game. Chapter 10, the mysterious game. Chapter 11, the gory game. Appendix, alternate methods of towers. And then it does have 2 scenarios in the back of the book, but they're not that particularly long. So there you go. It is a physical book. And no, this bloody handprint is not part of the game book at all, but rather my handprint from blood. No, it is totally part of the book. It is a cool game experience if you've never experienced. Is it a role playing game? I don't know. We get into the debates. So 90% of this book is just advice on how to run Dread. Nope, it is a 167-page book, A5. There's information about GMing. It's information about character creation. It's how to fill out the characters, how to create questionnaires for your scenarios. And again, how to create scenarios. And then, of course, like I said, information about how to handle gore, mystery, madness, supernatural, suspense, yada, yada, yada. Anyways, it was 2005 is when this came out. I imagine it's still in print. Maybe they did. I mean, they probably, I don't think they ever did a second edition. But how does it compare to Stone Temple? Great. Well, we can now answer that question. You decide. Doesn't look so thick now, does it? Oh, nice. Okay. I mean, you did. You played Dread. You played Dread in the Dark and Dragons. Oh. So this is a Hackmaster GM guide and player guide. And it's dense, heavy. But I think the biggest book I have is The Slumbering Tsar Saga from Necromancer Games. Let's put it to not quite as thick as the double wide Stone Top, but close. It's close. And of course, this is full, 8.5 by 11, not A5 or whatever. But this one is thick, boys. Thick. Over 1,000 pages of it's 3 separate mega adventures. Anyways. There we go. So we've gone into a weird place. Anyways, it's 2 a.m. a Saturday night. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm actually gonna end this and I'm gonna make a thumbnail and then I'm gonna make a post for tomorrow. We're gonna be playing the One Ring in the morning. It should be fun. I will have fun. But anyways, that was our Saturday night. We talked about God knows what we talked about, but we also talked about our game. And then if you watch this or whatever, let me know what you thought about my silly little mechanic. I don't know. As always, I'm always interested in completely inappropriate, completely intractable bad ideas, which is my bread and butter. Garblag Games want to remind you that Heroic Deeds 5th Edition Quick Start is now available on Drive-Thru RPG. So definitely take a look at those if you're interested. I'll be participating and making a cool little dungeon for Dungeons Deep, Deeper Dungeons, Dungeons Dark and Deep. I should know the name of it, but I don't. Sorry, Garblag. But anyways, but the Quick Start is available. I think there's going to be a Kickstarter first, Shinobi. I think the quick start is available just so you can kind of get a sense for it. I could be wrong. I could be putting words in Garblake's mouth, and I don't want to do that. But you think these are way better than first looks? Yes, they are helpful to no one. 5 people will watch this video, and yeah. And 5 people watch this video, and I only got tips because of my dog's predicament. So, yes, but also no. There you go. Kickstarter coming in July. Quick start is 50 pages. And again, I just want to say that's the way to do it, folks. I mean, I think if you're going to do a Kickstarter nowadays, not 100%, but I mean, you should have something. You should let people see what you're working with instead of just backing on a hope and a prayer and a promise. Now, in the case of Heroic Deeds, you already have a full Heroic Deeds game. So really, honestly, you probably don't need a quick start, but like the fact that like that I think that's how we should do it. We saw that with Pumpkin Spice. We saw that with Tunnels and Trolls. We saw that with Last Arcs basically had a complete game, which is even more baller. But I think that's the best way to do it because, I've gotten burned. You've all gotten burned. Or the game delivers like 10 years later. Like, look, Stone Top, great, awesome. But I backed that like, I don't even know. Like 3, 4, 5 years ago. It was a long time, So anyways, listen, I appreciate all of you. And again, let me be very clear about something. Let me be very clear about something before I leave. I would rather have the 30 or 40 of you here in this stream doing God knows whatever the hell we just did than 10,000, 20,000 views from a bunch of, rando TTRPGers on the internet who are never going to invest in this community, invest in the Knight's philosophy, or invest in in our channel, right? I would rather have the 15, 16,000 subs that I have than the 160,000 subs that somebody else has, because not only have I managed to make it financially solvent, but also, quite frankly, I prefer it. Right. I'd rather have this kind of discourse. I would rather have this level of conversation, debate, exchange of ideas than, here's, 3 ways to make your I mean, I could just pull up any random dungeon tuber and I would be like, yeah, I don't want to watch that video, So I don't play the viewership game. And also, quite frankly, Mishi Knight, I've met a lot of content creators, fellow content creators, especially in the dungeon tube space. And I got to tell you, my life is so much less stressful than all of theirs. This is why a lot of dungeon tubers, once they reach a critical mass, tend to go to the Kickstarter game and never go back. And by that, I mean they stop posting on their main channel. Maybe they just do shorts just to, promote their latest Kickstarter. And it's because, they built their community up, but they don't find it engaging or entertaining or fun or monetized or financially solvable or financially solvent. So they just, once they realize they can just do Kickstarters, they just do the Kickstarters. And I certainly appreciate that is a way to monetize your audience. But I like these conversations. I would talk about games anyways. Whether I'm being paid or not, this is what I do. This is how I live my life. I've lived my life like this for 30 years. There's a reason I can have these conversations with you all, because this is what I've been doing since I was 10 with my friends. We always were just, picking stuff apart and asking questions and doing all the other stuff. So I like doing this with you all. You all hopefully like doing this with me. And I just want to say thank you for doing that. And it makes it a lot easier and more fun for me. So we had a lot of people come out to support tonight. Prime subs all over the place. Germanin with the super chats showing support for Daggerheart. Again, just send me a Discord PM. We can talk. I mean, again, I'm not looking to do anything Daggerhearty right now, but if you want to throw an idea at me, I can tell you if it's a good idea or not, but I'll probably be brutal and honest. Shout to Zawirvin, Yidamin, Yidamin, YT Nim 07. I don't know how to actually pronounce that, buddy. It's Minty backwards. Cal, Zen Bullet, Edward, thank you for the $50 tip for the Doggo Fund. GM Scott, thank you for the massive tip for the pupper. Appreciate you. Clobster Roll, thank you for your tips as well. Super chats from Dirty Phil, London Station, Testy Trekkie, and Dirty Phil again. So both for the NightCon, both for the Lurking Tax and the Dog Prayer. So appreciate you so much. Fantastic. I'll probably get to it tomorrow, but I will take a look at it. I had a mental not like physically, but like I had an idea of what kind of energy Cal gave, and then I met him in person, and it's exactly what I expected. Yeah, MCDM. I mean, he built up a great. I mean, I was an MCDM patron for a very long time, and now it feels like it's a Draw Steel channel. Now they're a publishing house. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't do videos anymore, but it kind of feels like he doesn't, right? And they even said like, well, we don't do the actual plays anymore because they don't make any money. And when's the last time he did like saving the game or whatever? Just you want to throw ideas together. You're excited by these game ideas and mechanics. You want to kick over the rocks and see what's underneath. You want to dig in. That's how I would describe it. You're very interested, engaging is how I would describe it. Yeah. But yeah. No. It's very, very much the opposite. Very much the opposite. And you know what, Bean? And I'm going to be honest with you. I do appreciate that. Again, I was a patron of Matt's for a very long time. The only reason I stopped is just because I lost my job. I think I don't agree with everything he says, but I mostly think that he did a great job. But yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm going to say something. I mean, I produce like I don't know, 5 to 10 hours of content every week for like the last 4 years. So, and I'm not saying all of it was like solid gold records, but if I can do that, I mean, I would think you other people who don't do that would have infinite backlog of stuff that they could talk about, there's a whole rant that I could say about that Shinobi, but I mean, I can only say this, and I know like everybody says this, but I can honestly tell you this, and I hope my community would agree with me on this. Especially people who have played with me, have met me, have done the night cons, or have done the Origins, or met up with me at Gen Con, or talked to me at an RFC booth at PAX or Gary Con or wherever, Origins, Gen Con. I hope it doesn't feel like a hustle here. I obviously I'm very transparent with folks about my financial situation and what I get from this, and I try to very much avoid parasocial relationships to the annoyance actually of my crew. Some degree of parasocialism is unavoidable, but doing the fact that we do live streams, that we have these chats, that I'm in my Discord, that alone, a lot of content creators aren't in their Discord. I'm in there. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, I'm in there 50 plus hours a week, every week. And when I'm not, it's because I'm like at NightCon. I do live streams from Vegas. I do live streams from my cruise ships. I do live, so it's like, I do this because I love it. I do it because I care about you. And I'm not saying that in a parasocial way. I'm saying it because I'm passionate about the games and the people who play them. And if I can make a living out of that, cool. But ultimately, it's thing. And yeah, Mishi Night. I mean, then thank you for saying it. But yes, it is. I hope that people, again, I feel like, again, like I was saying earlier, we were hanging out. We were talking about Tolkien at NightCon, and Kendall revealed that he had a tattoo of Narsil on his arm, and I can't remember exactly how it came up, but I said something about. He's like, well, that's in Sindarin. I said, well, no, technically it's in Tengwar, which is the runic system developed by Feanor. Sindarin is just one of the Elven language. Like the other one is Quenya, which is sort of the High Elven, and and I was like they say that in the films and in the book, like when Aragorn does the Oath of Inlindel, and he goes, et ererlu enderena otulien sinume maruvan arhildinyar ten ambar meta, which basically means out of the great sea I am come to Middle Earth. Here I shall abide with my heirs until the ending of the world. And he was just like, holy shit! Like that's what we were talking about earlier on, where he was just like, man, that was the nerdiest thing I've ever seen, and it was awesome, Have I been drinking? No. I mean, I'm drinking White Monsters. If I look a little red, it's just because I'm undersaturated because my lights are turned down and my camera is pumped for saturation. So if I actually give myself a little bit more key light. Also, I have ooh, that's really bright. I have a orange light on behind me, so I'll turn that off. And that's also a thing. And so my auto white balance on my camera was going crazy and probably pumping my magenta. So anyways. Now, you might be a little bit confused because in the movie, he sings it, right? It's right after he gets coronated, and he goes and he says, he's saying, Eterelu. And actually, Viggo Mortensen actually broke his toe. No, Viggo Mortensen actually sang that passage. But that's in Quenya, not Sindarin. It's a different language. Different language. Ooh, all right. And all to say, you should read the Silmarillion. That's the end of the story. You need to learn about Telperion and Laurelin. R.I.P. to the 2 trees of Valinor. All right, everybody. That's going to do it for me. I will be back in like 6 hours to play the One Ring. Appropriate. And it'll be awesome. And we'll be doing it live. And we'll be making no money, but we'll be doing it because it's awesome. Well, I mean, technically I make money. Well, I offered as a thing to my patrons, but the thing is, like, they don't pay for it. They just pay with tickets they already had. And all of these people were already patrons, and they were already patrons at a high level. So technically, I'm not making any more money. And they were paying me at their high tier level anyways, just because. So really, it's more like a thank you to them for being at that high tier level. So I'm not actually making any money from it. They were just already giving me, like, $50 or $100 a month. And I was like, damn, guys, I feel like I should do something for you. So that's how all these games come about. Anyways, and then if we have open spaces available, we just raffle them off for free. Or nearly free. Couple bucks. All right, everybody, that's going to do it for me. I will see you tomorrow morning, or actually later today, 6 hours, whatever. I'll see you in like 8 hours. One Ring. It'll be good. Peace.